Alright, so let's get back to oxygen not included, which appears to be crashing, potentially. No, there it goes. It did the whole thing where it hanged and said, this process is not responding. Okay, so where we left off with oxygen not included. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a whole thing when you start oxygen not included. It takes a moment to decide what's going on. We're dealing with a little bit of heat in here, a whole lot of heat out here. I'm currently actively working on getting our air managed over there, kind of thing. We did have 2 dupes die right at the end of stream because they're super dumb. And they went over here and deleted the path behind them and then got stuck and suffocated before I could save them. So we did lose 2 of our dupes. And it's incredibly frustrating because there was no need for it. But honestly, that is the nature of so many of these games. They all go extremely well until one of your character's AI just decides that, you know, death is on the menu. The big problems we have right now is I have a ton of heat down here. So if I go thermometer, I've got a lot of heat down here because magma be a thing. We've got 2 volcanoes and I believe, no, sorry, 3 volcanoes, and then there's like a polluted water vent, I believe is what I got down here. But you can see where that heat is just starting to get up to the area. The good news is, it's not gone into my actual main base much. I actually have a cool water pond over here. And I've got all this cold air up here, and this cold area up here that I'm actually using these as a source of cooling. I'm even like letting that water run over to try and counteract the worst of this heat from the steam. So we've got heat concerns popping up. They've not gotten too bad, but I got to keep them under control. Oxygen-wise, we're in great shape. Like, very genuinely, nothing going on there. Technology-wise, I'm getting stuck trying to get the rads. Because this was... I had a long time that these were not hooked up to smart batteries and really just needed to, so I was just wasting fuel for no reason. We did have problems where I was running out of water. And the reason I was running out of water was between the polluted and non-polluted sides. The non-polluted was just getting way out of control. So even though I had tons of water in the system, it wasn't doing anything. I started taking the farm here offline when it's starting to get too hot because these lights were one of my primary sources of heat inside this area. And so it was starting to get warm, so I killed the lights for the time being. What? I mean, at least you made a mess of the place that doesn't bother me. Why are you making a mess? The toilets are perfectly fine and active. Alright. Yeah, so I need to get this under control is one thing. I'm waiting for it to go dormant before I go back in there because people kept getting themselves burned trying to do it. I'm going to set you to priority 8. So if anyone gets hurt, they should go there real quick. Uncontrolled bomb. I can't remember if this one has, like, it's not quite that, but I thought this one did have something of that nature. Okay, do I already have... Right, and I wanted to make this so as the reverse. So I can have the logic circuit that sends a red signal when the reservoir is full. Because I actually want it to be the reverse. I want to send a green signal. But I can't take the red signal lower than that. Let's try just typing it in and see if we can do it. No. Because what I want this to do is I want it to be a red signal until it gets full enough. Oh, I know what I can do. Never mind, this is a thing I can handle. Here. I can put a NOT gate on it. Where is NOT gate? For those who have no idea what on earth a NOT gate is, basically, if I were to say, my next statement is false, water is dry, Or let's even go with this. My next statement is false. That's the not. Water is wet. I'm saying water is not wet. So, it would come out as false because water is wet. It basically reverses true and false. And there's reasons why you do that in programming. So that means what I'll be able to do is I'll say, okay, turn red when you're at 80%, turn green there. So what'll end up happening here is it'll send a green signal, it'll hit the NOT gate. The NOT gate says, hang on, I'm supposed to reverse this, so make it a red signal, so it'll close the vent. And then when it hits this threshold, it'll be, okay, send the red signal and say, hang on, I'm supposed to reverse this, so it'll send a green signal. And I'm just letting our salt water dump into this. I've been tempted to, like, what is it like having multiple time winner of marbles races? Right, sometime. Ooh, trolling. Oh, what's gonna happen with that where it's floating in the air? Yeah, I'm just letting that splash over and dump all that salt water down there. I'll probably regret that later, but that's a later me problem. The right now me is going, eh. That's gonna be wired up that way anyways later. And then from there, I'll have to go through there. Did I already get these configured? I don't remember. So the shut off. Oh no, it was the detectors I have to set. So that's looking for oxygen. You will be looking for... none of that. Where's natural gas? Natural gas. You'll be looking for hydrogen. You'll be looking for fluorine. You'll be looking for polluted oxygen. And then carbon dioxide will probably just spill out. So if this has logic gates, does that mean you can run Doom on it? It'll probably be like Minecraft Doom, where it's like, does it run? Yes. How does it run? Not good. It's those things that, like, it technically passes, but if you're really into having a frame rate of, 1 out of 30 minutes... I remember there was a while back that because Roller Coaster Tycoon was made entirely in assembly, that there was someone trying to recreate Roller Coaster Tycoon in Minecraft. Because you can do about all the stuff you can in assembly using... And it was... Oh, I remember. You only needed 2 gates to make literally everything. And I'm trying to remember. I think it was and not gates were the only ones you need. You can make literally anything once you had those 2. Inefficiently, but you could do it. But then with that, you can do all that stuff. You can do, like, memory registers using, like, torches and all that to save information, which I always found hilarious. Yeah, oh, right, that shut down because the air pressure, because of this geyser, is getting too high. Which is becoming a real problem now I look at it. Because the pressure's getting really high out here all over the place. I don't even know how the natural gas is... I mean, I guess it's just getting through that door? Oh, that's fine. All right, well, we can start fixing some of the pressure issues by just heckin' mining everything. Because I'm just gonna have them like slice across, slice across, slice across, and just hollow this thing out. Because the larger I make the space, the more diffused the gas becomes. And I don't want to go up here yet, because this is basically outer space there. Like you can see a tiny little hole here where space is at. But I don't have the tech to launch a rocket quite yet, so I don't want to poke up there. Alright, that's fine. They're still working on it. Right, construction probably slowed down because 2 people died. So I've got 8 beds, so I can handle 8 dupes. What was I missing? We have our farming person. We have our tidying and storing person. We have our decorator. We lost our miner. That's why everything ground to a halt. We lost the person who was our excavator. Was unfortunately one of the ones that got killed over there. That's why all construction stopped happening, is he can't mine out a lot of the harder materials over here. Come on, excavator. So I think I'm actually gonna go with the before I accept. Do we have a researcher still? Oh yeah, you're our artist. We have a researcher, so I'm not looking for a researcher right now. And I don't need a second creator. We'll take that person because really, I just really need someone who can excavate. So schedule. It was literally both people on that later schedule, so Isbeth's gonna go here. Also grab Lindsay and put them there. Priority. That's your priorities. I'll also have you do medicine. Alright, and if we go to Nisbet now, digging is what you're doing. You got a lot of catch up to do before I'm going to be able to keep building my stuff. Study hard, eat your vegetables, and be here every marbles race, and those are the keys to victory. And don't bait the streamer into cheating the run. Oh, absolutely. You really don't want to bait the streamer into doing that. You got to catch me when I really need to use the restroom. That's the time you get the most likely to win. Hashtag not rigged. See, this I wish I could remember the guy's name. Well, that's not good. That's starting to warm up. That's warming up because I don't think you're pumping. Oh, never mind, you are pumping stuff. That's cold enough. And do bait Rawlbot into not playing because Rawlbot cheats. That was if I was to ever cheat on a game, like I would have the fun of making sure no one questioned that there was cheating happening. Like zero question that cheating was happening. It would be the thing that like the ball would go like 10 times faster than everyone's else. Cuz at least that can have like kind of comic fun where the whole bit of it is just oh haha silly like streamer gonna cheat. And I'd also do it as like a one-off and not a regular thing. By the way, your green screen... Oh, it needs to be adjusted? Yeah, no problem. I can do that. That happens sometimes. Because it all it takes is the tiniest little bit of... Like, the lighting to change it. Also, like, even these bulbs starting to, like, get a little worn will mess with it. Too far. Okay, I tweaked to what I was. Technically, what's happening? Saying insufficient breathability. What time did marble races still happen? I'm interested in developing apparent baldness. Yes, it's saying insufficient oxygen production. It's producing, like, no oxygen. Did we finally run out of algae? No, we've hit max gas pressure. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. It's complaining because it's saying, oh no, you're not making enough oxygen. Because I'm only bothering to, like, oxygenate this area. And so with the gas pressure right now, this area is fine. Like, it is screaming about that. And I get it. It said, like, the breathability was down to, like, 30% or whatever it was. Someone might also have been, like, poking into, like, getting scalding temperature or whatever. I could see that, too. This has to be fixed. This is a major problem for me right now. The air pressure being so high there. Auto that door. So you can cut back in that. During ad breaks, usually when Rual is playing. Yeah. So if I'm playing, well, I wouldn't even say high in. I guess it would be high intensity. Games where like the little ad break can be those deciding things in games. So like Project Zomboid is a perfect example. That's usually the one I use as the example, where you get 1,000 hours in a run, and it's that one tiny little window that I get bit. That is like the big moment that decides the end of the run. So a game like that, I will always, like, when the ad break happens, as long as I catch it, I will stop the game and we'll just chit chat or whatever. But like with a lot of these kinds of games, because so much of it is you set things up and just let the dupes do their job, or for like RimWorld, you kind of set up the thing and just let it run. I've just been starting to let them run through the ad break. I used to try and pause for it all, but that's like, it's idle time. Or like, I think the one that actually started was Big Ambitions was the one I was doing that with. How are you not draining your battery? What is on your network? Ah. Oh, interesting. If you're on the same network, I want to turn that off. Because I don't need both those batteries on the same network. Because that's just another thing dumping out heat for no reason. I'd rather it starts to hit this and causes the hydrogen generator to run periodically. Alright, so for right now, you may not go to the right, only left. So leave this whole area. I wish I could see where they're going, that's a problem. I'm guessing they're going down here and starting to suffocate. Which is a shame. This would be getting oxygen, but these pipes aren't running because the pipe is blocked. I think we can make this work. Okay. So it's time to do some things. So deconstruct all of these filters. This is going to cause us some mayhem in the short term that I'm going to regret doing. But right now our entire infrastructure here is broken. So I need to reroute these anyways. Okay. So what we're going to do is for all of these... Alright. So... So you need to go. I'm getting rid of all those filters, and I'm going to have to deal with these vents being everywhere. So this is the input vent for that whole system, which works out because then I can just take this vent right there. I'm going to use a bridge here. Because I think if I don't use a bridge, what's going to end up happening is it's going to... I just want to make sure it's one direction flow, and that's the way you can handle that. Because then if I do this, I can guarantee it won't backflow. And then we'll start tearing all this apart. These all have their filters set. They're just not powered and stuff like that. Wait, did I run that in the wrong spot? Why don't you have power? Oh, because there's a tiny little gap there. There we go. That's fine. They're going to get clogged immediately. But that's just the way it is. Deconstruct that vent. Alright, and now we need to go here. It is after the filter. So let's deconstruct these vents. All of those vents. Those vents. Those vents. Those vents. That vent. This vent. That vent. It'll go from there. Because I need to reroute everything. So a lot of stuff is gonna break down for a minute, but to fix, like, sometimes to fix things you gotta break things. And we're in that situation. Alright, so we got all that figured out. So now you go here, and you go there as well. And I'll put it into the system, and I'll start getting sorted in here. This isn't going to return to us, so I don't want this feeding into it yet. Which it won't for the time being. Disconnect those power cables. Do you have more vents that need to be torn out over here? Probably. Oh, that vent can just go away now. That vent is entirely redundant now. Because I'm not... Really? Ikoi beats? I haven't heard them in forever. Actually, I want that vent. I don't want this section of it, but I want the rest of it. Because that's where CO2 is going to go for the time being. Because then I have the scrubber here. Like I said, this is going to almost immediately jam up. I wonder. So these are going to fill up with random junk. I wonder if I can make it so when they fill up, I just open a vent and start dumping it back out. Like, just to keep these available. So I can kind of move the air to a specific spot, trap the air, and dump it back out when I don't have what I need. So that way, you know, if it's steam or whatever the thing is in question that I've captured as gas that I need to move, I can. New principles. Okay. We have strength and medicine. Ah, it's a shame we didn't have you earlier. I think we go with the strength and medicine for the next dupe. Because that gives me an actual, like, doctor. And then the strength can be good at, like, hauling and carrying stuff around. So it's kind of a good, just... I need a dupe to do literally anything. That's the dupe. Alright, so we're just gonna have you... We're gonna actually have you start with the doctoring. So you go to schedule. That's okay for you to be on that schedule. Priorities. You are the doctor. You also tidy and help with the other stuff. Yeah, because this is just overwhelming. And as you can see, the vent has opened because this one's full. So it is going to start dumping the air back out. But the goal here is to try and get as much of this gas, like start pumping this out to reduce the air pressure here. So this can start kicking on, so we can start using this again. Because I have enough natural gas and all that stored now. I think realistically we can get this to work. Now, the downside is I'm no longer having the air filter through that, but I think I can live with that. It means if we get germs in the air, it'll stay in the air a bit. But that could even be what it is that for the oxygen, this is a step in the oxygen outline. Like right now, the oxygen goes in here and up. We could just go the other way with it. Have it pop into this system, pop down, and go back down. Okay, so I finally finished that. Oh, it's this up here is why I can't do it. That's the whole thing. And I believe they can't quite reach it, which is why it's still there. I didn't check. Did our artist finally skill up? Nice. This place is growing quick? Yeah, they can. I mean, part of it is I'm also running it at, like, really fast speed. Starvation. I mean, our food is definitely not where it needs to be. But I need to keep the temperatures under control. Because what should happen is as the temperature drops down, that'll get there. That water is getting hotter. Like, it's slowly getting hotter. But the water is getting hotter. The good news is we're massively reducing the air pressure. There's always an option to use the gas regular bridge filtering setup. They call me ATP. Gotcha. Well, welcome. This is what I'm doing at the moment here to get that set up. It's just in progress. Yes, this is all cold. I mean, honestly, I could literally just... No, enable that building. Because that'll pump a bunch of cold stuff through our base to reach here. It'll pop back out. Oh, the pressure in there is getting entirely too high. I'll have to deal with that next. Alright, deconstruct that, get the next tank in place. Hey, Jet, how's it going? But yeah, all that cold water pumping through should help, because it's going to go through the reservoir over here. Once it gets to those reservoirs, it should pump right down to the middle of this area. Should lower the temperature a bunch. The big thing I gotta watch that got me in trouble before is I had too much water. I already have too much water in my system. If these fill up, the whole system shuts down. because it won't be able to take the dirty water to put it where the clean water needs. Well, I shouldn't say it shuts down. It'll have to wait until something removes water, like this removes water from the system and doesn't replenish it. That's not ideal. I want to get this place colder. Because it is going to cost us in the long run, food-wise. Because that's what I got. I got this set up to... We're gonna have to get a cold fluid here. So what I'd have to do with that is I'd have to take this salt water and route it through the base in some way. So one way you could do that is like literally just run it down this wall. Because the issue was this pool of water has been getting hotter and hotter because of all this down here. And that was a water source I was using a bunch of before. So I warmed up the inside of my base because of that. But the problem is, if I do route that water the whole way around, it's going to also cause me grief. Okay. Because need to remain cold enough to keep this whole thing functional. You teach? What do you know of dyspraxia? Oh, I know I've heard that term. I'm trying to remember what it was. I know when I was providing information about various disabilities and all that dyspraxia was on the list. I don't remember what the individual... That's me? Yeah, sadly I don't remember the details in that condition, unfortunately. There's a whole lot of conditions out there. Okay, so temperature down here is going down for what it's worth. Isn't much. Temperature up here is still all over the place. That actually, the temperature out here is going down too. It's just this area that's hot right now because of, you know, it's burning coal. Not widely known. Yeah, I have a presentation I go through where I talk about like accessibility stuff, widespread, that kind of thing. And I remember dyspraxia was on there. I just don't remember what the details were. Actually, wait a second. I can literally just do this. So, if this is full at all, it doesn't matter how it goes around, it'll start spilling out that gas vent until it overpressures, then we got a problem. Alright, this is... hydrogen is being put into this tank. Yeah, so this needs to be fixed and soon. Yeah, it's not fixing. It's like it's reduced in severity. But the issue is all this hot water just sitting in these pipes. Hear it back, the puppy's being quiet, that means trouble. Yep. So what we could do, another option I have would be to reroute the polluted water. So I need to do someplace to dump the polluted water back into the system. Because right now it executes there, and it has nowhere else it can get to. I could have it feed into a vent down here and dump back into this pool. We pump it back up. You know, it does the loop. No, but that would heat it up, not cool it down. I need to get it back up here somewhere. Like that's the thing. I've got too much water in my system at the moment that you can see it's like it's locking up, that it doesn't know what to do. Because I want something like I've got here, where I've got extremely cold water pumping through the whole time, that it's helping cool this stuff off. Because I have a natural gas generator and everything here, and this sits right about 20 degrees with everything else happening. New printables. You have plus 12 to excavating. That is ridiculous. That said, I'm not taking you just because we're running into food problems, and the last thing I need is more people to feed. No, cancel that. We don't really care about that, actually. Alright. And those systems are all locking up. Something's not right where that's still running. Okay, so low threshold, it shut off. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, that actually works okay. Basically, you keep filling up the reservoir. When it hits 0, it opens up the vent, and it stays open. Sorry, when it hits 80%, it's basically opening the vent until it's empty. So it's kind of like a failsafe that says, hey, this is full, dump all the gas out of this last part of the system. I can live with that. It's probably not the ideal solution, but at least contains that gas over here. And hopefully we'll get a chance to recover pressure-wise. It is curious that these are locked up, though. Why are you locked up? Well, tomorrow morning, you'll be cooking a bagel? Congrats. Oh, they're locked up because this isn't connected and that tank's full. So all the oxygen's stuck, not being able to get into where it wants to go. Right. But you could do the same thing I did up here, but make it far, like instead of where it's open and close, I can make it so it closes at like just the tiniest bit down. So like 100% it opens and it shuts it back down at like 90% or something like that. There isn't a proper way. There's different places have different ways they say it. We did a whole bunch of stuff where we looked in on this. It wouldn't be it's proper to me, it's your preferred way. There's a difference between proper and preferred. Because the implication is if one thing is proper in one place, it would imply that it's not proper elsewhere. That's somewhat concerning that this is going to get contaminated. Let's deal with that real fast. Make that reservoir way more. Okay, so the pressure is coming down over here, so that's good. You're gonna go aggravate Sue Girl? Okay. Well, I hope you have fun over there. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Okay, so the system should no longer be locked up, right? Because now I've got an extra tank in there. No, it is locked up. Oh. Well, that's not... Why are you not advancing, though? I'll just make a second vent and stop fighting it. Like, as it was looping, I'm like, but why wouldn't you just go the next step forward? That's fine. We can work around this, because I could go ahead and put a vent here. And do that. And they'll put the vent in the same logic. Okay, because as long as the air is cycling now, that's the important bit. As long as it's cycling, we're pumping air out of this area. We're lowering the pressure out here. This can run just fine. I probably need to put an automation on here as well. Okay, how can I do this? So, I want that automation here to turn off that generator if this gets too low. So, like, turn it off when it gets too low. Alright, so you're going to send a red signal when you're full, so I'm just going to need to reverse it. So basically it turns to a green signal, it waits till full, then it turns that back on. That's easy enough. So we'll need another NOT gate. That's not right, that's right. I wonder if I need an AND gate between those. If either of them is green, does it run? I think it does. So I'm gonna need an AND gate. Let's go into let's go into automation again. Cancel that out. Cancel this out. We will... Where are we at? Are you in? And why are you in? And then once this gets low, or this hits a good stop point, we'll switch the battery to go through the AND gate. So basically look for the battery to need to be recharged, and for that to have hit a point where it says, I'm full, keep running me until I'm empty. Well, actually, if it's either or, I can go ahead and run the other cable. And then what'll happen is when we're ready, I'll just get rid of that. A bunch of refined lead here? Sure, whatever, I don't know. Food is getting dire, and I need to actually fix my heating problem, and I'm not doing it, and I'm gonna pay. So the liquid in the pipe coming through is colder than the space it's going through. That should be cooling us down. that's because they're pulling from our reservoir that is warmer. With that, maybe what I could do is change that section to be radiant pipes. Because if that's at all colder than that, it should lower the temperature. All right. It's going through the 70s, and that's quickly climbing up to 80. That's dropping again. That's because it's radiating, like they're doing a heat exchange here. So it's lowering this temperature slightly, but increasing the temperature of the water as it goes along. Stop what you're doing. Okay. Should be nothing you need down here anymore at all. Fertilizer. What are you going down for? What is it that you're chasing? There's a bunch of material here. So you're going down for the material. Don't go up and down. Don't suffocate to death because you're going up and down. Like there's air up here. Go up here. Move to up here.
Thank you, Eugenio, for subscribing for 8 months. Good morning.
Good morning, Eugenio. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. I really do appreciate that continued support. You're up to 8 months you've been supporting the channel. That's a heckin' long time, so I really do appreciate it. And I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emotes. So the problem of what was happening here is it's finding a pocket of air up here, and then down there, and then up here. So it kept bouncing back and forth. So the dupe literally suffocated because the route to the nearest air kept switching back and forth which way was shorter. So that's wonderful. Good old dupes being dumb as a box of rocks. Because you'd think if you're looking for air, you'd choose a direction and go for it, and then you'd commit. Hey, the follow. Welcome to stream. Alright, what were you? You were Lindsay? You were literally our one who is supposed to be excavating this stuff. Which I get why you're down there now. That's fine. Like, and they're supposed to grab the oxygen mask, but they're not getting oxygen because my entire system is having problems. Interesting. That should be opening up occasionally because of the... A dupe died? Yeah. It was just the AI pathing. It kept ping-ponging back and forth and being indecisive. Because there's a little bit of oxygen down here and there's a little bit up here. So it would go down, that oxygen would move one tile, so they'd run up here, then that oxygen would move one tile, then it'd run down here. And just literally ping-ponged back and forth until she suffocated to death. It was the AI being real dumb. As it do. Alright, so you almost got all that built. Was it my namesake? I believe you may have died yesterday at the end of stream. Two of our dupes died over here because they did the thing where they run over and then cut the bridge behind them, then got stuck and I couldn't save them before they suffocated. Like, the dupes kind of go out of their way to try and kill themselves. I do wish the game had a check that when the dupe went to do something, is it would do a check before the action said, can I path back, you know, to bed from here? If I do this thing. And if yes, then it can do it. If no, it'll refuse. Okay, so that's turned red. Meanwhile, we can go here to automation. Do this. Deconstruct that wire. Okay. That is your job. Well, right, but the thing is, I don't want to have to manually babysit the dupes every single movement and action. Like, if I go disassemble this bridge, my assumption would be that either A, take apart this bridge and just not finish the job, or B, start at the farthest point and work their way back. Not go to the middle and start working that way and then get stuck and die. Because that makes no sense. Like, it's that kind of stuff that I'm like, this is, like, having to micro your dupes like that, that's the kind of stuff in games you go like, this doesn't add value to my experience. This just frustrates me. Like, there isn't a positive coming out of making me do this thing. Alright, so we are getting a ton of air into that system. Yeah, so water coming into this is nice and cold. It's just not moving fast enough. I need more things consuming fresh water. Or what I could do is just make this reservoir bigger. Or what I could do is I could just have an overflow that if I have too much fresh water, it just starts dumping it out someplace. What are things I can use to burn some fresh water? They've got the carbon scrubber. Oh yeah, that's what I could do, is I could put a carbon scrubber out here somewhere, just slowly pick away at the giant pool of carbon dioxide we got here. Honestly, at this point, there's no reason for me to really... Well, I mean, temperature-wise, yeah, that's a reason for me to separate that, honestly. Because this isn't doing much where it's at now. Because it's being overwhelmed by that. Got a little pool of carbon dioxide there. It's down here that looks like it'd be the big thing. Yeah, the food is running low because of temperature, which is what we're trying to deal with. And the reason why the temperature isn't going... Oh, that's natural gas. So the reason why the temperature is getting so bad is I actually do have cold water go through my pipes. Like, we go here. It's relatively cool. That it runs through this whole system and should cool this place down. But you can see it barely moves. So it's not helping. It ends up hindering, getting stuck down here and warming up. Electrolyzer? Yeah, I've got an electrolyzer up here. I probably do just need to make another one. The thing is, it keeps turning off because max gas pressure. Because I'm out of coal to keep running that. And if we could keep these running, we get that going. So I need a new creative dupe. That old thing turned off for now. Right, and the natural gas isn't getting back around because we don't have it piped in because we're doing all this mess. So I do need to get the natural gas back up to this system. Because that'll help. So I could take this. I'll bring it down. They'll start bringing that back online. I need to get the oxygen back wired into the system. Because it was up here. Now we can do like this. There's the intake. That's the hydrogen. They'll get the oxygen going where it needs to go. If we get this going with the natural gas pump over there, that'll help. I believe, honestly... Oh no, that won't fix that problem. Oh, I could use a transformer to step down this to 1000 watts. I do actually need you. Even though now is not a good time for you. It'd take you anyways. I just hope it works out. It probably won't. Decorating. Alright. So I've got to fix the water flow. Alright, so what we're gonna do is a temporary band-aid fix to just get this water moving. Where is a place on this pipe I could just open up a vent and just let her rip? There. That's where I can do this. We can go over here. That's water being pumped into the system. I want to get water out of the system. I could just bridge this pipe here and just let it go. Is a possibility. It seems like a bad idea. My hope is if I can alleviate the gas pressure here, this will use more water. Because turning on and off constantly. And they are starting to get all wired up. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to need to pipe the hydrogen into where I got the system up there. That's this pipe. It's actually be hard to get around here. It'd probably be easy if I go this way, actually. Check what's happening there. I can't go that way. Let's not do that. I need to go this way. And cancel that. Just need them to keep building the pipes, keep getting the system online. Because the food's getting catastrophically low. Turn that on. Let it start filling these reservoirs to cool this room off more, because that might help. It's introducing more water into the system, which isn't necessarily what we want. But I need to do something to start getting more cool stuff going on there. Let's go here and increase the priority on that to get that whole system wired up. Okay. Someplace else and get some more coal. There's coal there. I don't have easy access to it though. No, there's no... No, actually, there's some coal here. We can use it as a temporary fix is get that power back online. Okay. Because that'll get these pumps running more consistently until I can get some other power setup going. Because I've got stuff for setting up steam once I get this research done. And it's getting there, but not quite. So good, now I got the natural gas going, so now this is circulating well. Okay, so now I got all that stuff moving around. This should be running fairly constantly. That's not producing enough power by itself to run the stuff at all. That's a problem. It puts natural gas and all that into the system as well. Pipe is blocked. Why aren't you going on to the next one? Oh, I see. Alright, hang on. I see the problem here. I need the same setup, but over there. So 80, not 80, 100, so... So that way when this buffer already fills up, it just dumps all the gas out. Okay, so that's running. That's maintaining its temperature. All that's good. This is the big power problem right here at the moment. It's not getting enough power to go in there. And I'm curious if I set up a transformer like here, if I can step this heavy power down to 1,000, if that'll be fine or it'll overload the circuit. I haven't done a whole lot with the transformers yet, and I probably should have. Because my understanding of the transformers is, if I can find it, limits the power flowing through the transformer to 1,000. Connect bodies on the large side to act as a valve to prevent the wires from drawing more than 1,000. So my understanding is you basically put the power source on one side of it, and then you'd, like, I could have a main conduit here that has 10,000 on it. I'd put the transformer, and then I can have up to 1,000 on that side of it. Which, if that were the case, in theory, what I could do is put the transformer up here somewhere, get rid of the coal generator, wire up the hydrogen generator onto it, and go from that. And then the hydrogen generator becomes the main power thing here. They're doing really good on hydrogen. I say, suddenly questioning if we're doing really good on hydrogen. Yeah, that tank's full. We're getting little bits here. Yeah, because that coal generator needs to go. I need to grab an extra drink soon. Because we're pretty much out of food. We are out of food. This is overfilling. We are bringing the temperature down, but it's not remotely enough. Okay, that's what this is about, because this is making this room colder. Oh, we need to turn that off. It's about to overfill that last one, and that's when the system seizes up. Alright, how do I get this room to be colder? I have one idea on how I can get the room to be colder, by just dumping cold water right through it. Is one possibility. Just flood the bottom of it with super cold water for a little while. That's definitely a way we should do this. It's not how I should do it, but I'm at that point where it's like, no, I have to deal with this. What we do is we're going to lock that door, so they have to, well, I don't know which way is which. You let all that super duper cold water dump in here and just sit there for a minute to try and cool this place off. It's gonna germify everything. Everyone's gonna get sick. It's gonna be awful. But the hope is that by having all that in there, it's gonna bring the temperature down in here. Because I already have solutions in place. They just need time to catch up. Come on, food. None of that is food. Copper's fine, though. Yeah, there's people getting hypothermia inside of here. Yeah, so you can see with the temperature where that water is dropping fast. I just need to give it a little bit of time to, like, manage to get over here. Food has decayed. Come on, don't do that. I already don't have any food. Alright, the temperature's getting low enough that this is turning on and off. We've almost got our system back online. Oh, it's just staying on now. So I'm gonna let that gross just keep going till the temperature reduces enough in here that things seem somewhat stable, and then we'll put a stop to this. It's also helping cool off this monstrosity over here. And this whole system's starting to cool off as well. I guess that doesn't matter anymore. All right. Yes, this is still hot here, but the temperature on that has dropped from 80 something degrees to 70. Just let that go for a little while. They don't really care that that gas pump is backed up. It's letting this one run longer. No, I don't have a cook capable of doing stuff. Like, we're barely pacing the food need at the moment. It should catch up, though. Because this is how much food production we had when we were sitting at literally hundreds of thousands of food. It just needs a chance to catch up. Kill it. Because you can eat it. I can't remember what you can do with the seeds. Like, there was something else you could do with the seeds other than use them for planting. You could process them into something. I don't remember what it was, though. Alright, so we're getting there, because that was 86 across the board, and there's like a couple tiles that are up there. But the others are coming down. The temperature in this is starting to balance out as this is running down there, though, and it's not replenishing that fast. Food for Paku? Food for Paku. I don't think I have Paku floating around. Oh, I probably have... Nah, you're actually right. So those Paku I can't reach right now because I've had to close that off because of the gas pressure. Paku farms, lots of meat. Yeah, and I actually haven't done like any of the ranching, which I probably should be. Like as soon as this grows, our food problem should very, very rapidly get resolved. It's just that part of this was shutting down, and then this whole thing had been shut down for way too long, like a very long time. Oh. Wait. Oh, I see. Got a problem here. Not getting new oxygen into the place either. You know, I do wanna keep that. We'll keep that long length of pipe in the wall. Whenever I gotta wire something else through there. All right. Do I still have a cook, or do I not have a cook? Okay, so the cook was one of the dupes that died, so I do want to get a replacement cook. Yeah, this is down to 50. We're almost getting on the cold side here. That's so good. We'll just leave that kind of just the way it is right now. Everything that's helping is now you've got all this cold, cold water in this part of the system. Yeah, like it's getting through and it's still like 30, 40 degrees. Gets into this part. Okay. Yeah, so it's going cold up here as well. Alright, so you can probably plug this for now. We took our drastic measure of dumping a bunch of really cold water on our heads to give us a temporary escape from the heat. But now we're at the point we don't really need it to keep doing that. Alright, this system's going to need to be dealt with. Alright, so no new liquid should be popping in on top of us. That's back online to continue our research, so that's good. Okay, and so what should happen is when this gets near full, it should start dumping the gas back out. Anything that didn't already have a filter. For the moment... That's oxygen? Why is oxygen going and bypassing? What? Why is... Oh, the power went out. I was like, why is oxygen not stopping? Alright, Get a hamster wheel, set that to 7. Because that's another system I need to get off of coal. Because anytime the power shuts off, all of this air filtration goes away. Yeah, hydrogen's doing well. Like, this whole system is doing great. So I feel like we can go and set up a second hydrogen. I've got space around here. I should be able to set up another hydrogen. I can put it down here. Because the water's dropping right in this area, so it should stay relatively cool. Sure. Take the fungal spores. Alright. So you can have up to 1200 watts in your system. Let's see what that wiring is. So you have a pump down here I'm basically not using. A pump over here I'm not currently using. You have the air, you have the 2 lights, and you have all of these. These take like no meaningful amount of power. So the power, 400 is that. 600 is that. Yeah, so it's 480, 560. Yeah, so it's all these pumps and all that. So what I could do is take these two air pumps off of that network, put the hydrogen generator here, have those two pumps on that network, split this network off to its own. I mean, I just need to get this on hyd. I blinked red from what I was like, why are you red? Oh, you need to be hooked up. Right. Deconstruct that piece of pipe. And do that. And now bring oxygen to there. So that they actually use the gas masks. Because they should have 7 of those floating around here somewhere. Alright. Surprised that should be working for us. Oh, here we got more water here, more there, more down here. Everything else looks fine up there. Yeah, so now it looks like the only thing that is getting the whole way through is like carbon dioxide and steam and such like that. Everything else is just being let out. And stuff like the natural gas and all that isn't getting very far. That's finally making progress. We're finally getting that search. Hypothermia. Because parts of the base have gotten that cold. Alright. So food is still in really a bad spot. What's popping? I'm back. Not a whole lot. We're, no one's died of starvation, but we've definitely been riding that fence because this all got too hot, and I believe we've solved the heat problem for the time being. But, you know, still not a good time. Where are you getting your power if that's turned off? You need to make sure that thing stays on. Where, what all? So... do that, carve our way to the right. We can start excavating. Relieve more air pressure. Kill you. Now we can get some more food. Okay. How's the water system doing? Seems to be going fine. We are slowly bleeding stuff off of that tank there. That can be what we do is we put automation on this tank over to this, that we turn that on anytime this tank drops below half. Introduce new water to the system as needed. Temperature up here is pretty bad. Got tons of chlorine down here. Need that to stop running. Okay, so this has gone... Both of these have gone dormant. Or no, I'm sorry. This has not gone dormant. This one's gone dormant. That one hasn't. That means eventually this is going to be a problem because that's going to slowly warm up. But this is going to still be cooling us off kind of thing. Oh, we finished Steam. We finished Steam research after all this time. It's finally done. We finally have Steam research. Okay. So, what am I doing next? A gas range. Petroleum engine. That's conveyor shutoffs and all that. Glass forge, which can be helpful for its own thing. Stuff with the rocket. Stores Red Bull in a high energy state ready for transport. Decontamination shower. That's tempting. So the espresso machine, I assume, uses water. Synthesizes oxalate using oxygen and a small amount of gold. The tubes, if I had plastic, would be a fast way to get around. Okay. So none of these stand out as like, this is the thing I want to go after. Because a lot of this is getting to space stuff. Diamond Press uses power and rat bolts to refine carbon that. Um, hmm. We'll do decontamination yet, since that'll use up some water, so it'll help us deal with our water system. Meanwhile, that means I can start figuring out where I can set up steam power. I have a source of incredible heat down here that could potentially be that. Toilets? Why aren't the toilets? Dupes need to urgently use the toilets? Well, they're right there. They're perfectly functional. They're right there. Oh, you've trapped yourself. Of course you have. Got some Weezwort up here. Got a biome full of coal down there. Alright, we are still continuing to pump all this in here. We've got stuff that's making bleach and chlorine and all that. That polluted oxygen that's gone through? Oh, that is polluted oxygen. Where am I going to send the polluted oxygen? Because a polluted oxygen I'd like to clean. I could literally just, like, put it in a room with stuff to deodorize or whatever it is. Alright, so power, we have solar, and we have... You require plastic, which I don't have. This whole time I was excited about finally setting that up. I didn't remember that it required plastic to make steam power. Because the whole idea was it's going to make some type of steam power mechanism down here to help deal with both heat and to get steam, like, infinite power, and to start dealing with volcanoes as a source of metals. And I forgot it requires plastic, which I do not have access to right now. Okay. That is unfortunate. Let's check refinement. Converts petroleum into raw plastic. Crude oil, which I don't have. Turns lumber into ethanol. I don't know, unless there's like an oil thing down here I haven't found yet, but it's seeming very much like no. Big giant pile of coal, yes. So, supply teleporter, that's not what we're looking for right now. I discovered a functioning teleportation device with a pre-programmed destination. That's what I'm gonna have to do. See the destination. Okay. Oil. It just struck me that this whole time I could have gone there. Alright, fine. We're gonna carve our way in there. That's a teleporter receiver. That's some data. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to carve our way in, get the teleporter. I'll need to start setting up things on the other side of the teleporter. Get oil, use that oil to make plastic, yada yada yada. And I'm trying to remember for the life of me. When it comes to teleporter, if they can just carry materials back, but it's very laborious, or it has to go to this thing. We'll find out. Kind of hard to carry oil. I believe. Can't I make a pump? Can I actually make a pump and do that? Just make a big pool of oil and have them hand pump it and then carry the bottles over one by one in the most laborious. Do not have trapped yourself. Be smart. Okay. Rowan gained a skill. Alright. Go to decorating. Just pump oil one by one, carrying the bottles one by one, dump them into another pool and then pump it up. Why do you have no air going into you? Oh, it's because someone's running around with the gas mask. I fill a liquid reservoir, deconstruct, makes a big bottle. Interesting. Don't die this way. Oh, come on. You're gonna die again because you're just running up and down the ladder. Yep. Goodbye, Nisbet. It's that pathing thing where they go both directions because they don't know. What did you do? What was your things I just lost? Excavation. You are once again my person who can mine. So we can't go here till I get a new dupe that can excavate and gets... Well, actually... Oh, are you gonna die too? What? Why do they do this? Alright. Take apart that piece of ladder. Move to... into the safe space. That you can't figure it out. Take apart the segment. I need to take apart 2 segments. Okay. Climb up there. Take apart that segment. Priority 9. Do not jump down to take apart said segment. There's a small puff to... Yeah. Well, that's what happens. Like one block of O2, and it's like here where they can reach it, and then it moves out where they can't, and then it moves back, and stuff like that, that they just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Where did the gas mask go? Because I have someone who's running around who took the gas mask, and there's like 7 of the gas masks, and... Well, the gas mask is back. It genuinely doesn't have O2. But I have O2 going by, and it's just not getting there. Which I guess is because it's prioritizing this line? Is that what's happening? Here. Super high-tech solution. Alright, so temperature's starting to be a problem again. Oh, it's getting too cold now. We're having a problem with temperature in the other direction. Okay. I said the temperature was kind of a solved problem. It just needed time to catch up. And I wasn't kidding. It was kind of solved problem once it had a chance to catch up. Well, it's so effective. It's actually cooling down this whole space too. We'll see. It should balance out a bit more. We'll see if I have to deal with that now. We need like a switch, like route which water pipe it takes through the area. Whether I pull the water from down here where it's really hot, or pull the water from, you know, these reservoirs up here where it's much cooler. I mean, it's technically pulling from this one, then sanitizing it. That actually should balance out, because this is starting to warm up. Yeah, so it should level out. It's spiking a little bit because I filled a whole bunch of super cold water in there and then dumped a bunch down here. So it'll take a little time to balance it out. We just need to get our calories fixed before it gets too far out of whack again. Yeah, so all the mining here just ground to a halt because our mining person died. That's fine. Sometimes you just gotta cycle your dupes. Alright, so this whole thing's about to turn off here in a minute because the natural gas, we've used what we've got stocked. The hydrogen is building up pretty well though. Where are you? I lied. The hydrogen's starting to go down as well. And a big part of this is I think I'm turning this into a vacuum. Yeah, so this is effectively becoming a vacuum here. Like it's not there yet, but we're getting it so there's so little air there. And then we're slowly getting all the air farther and farther away. We're absorbing it. We still got a lot of pressure over here. That's just because there's not enough airflow. Alright, so we should set this up to not bother pumping unless there's a certain amount of air pressure or higher. Automation. When the atmosphere pressure enters chosen range, put that there. Do this. Because then that'll save power on the battery. There's no point in running it if there's like next to no air nearby. Why? Why would you do this? How did you get there? How did you get there? What? Please, go in the thing. Nicola, go in the thing. How did you get there? I don't understand how he got there. Because it was 4 tall. Like, did he mine the first 2? Like, climb up, mine the first... whatever. That was a researcher. It's fine. I hate how stupid the dupes can be. Like, that's the thing. You have to babysit them. Because they always just throw themselves there. Or have, like, design your place specifically trying to make it dupe-proof. Like, you have to do the thing, like, when you go to mine stuff where you go, okay, you're gonna mine these 2 tiles. Wait till you do it. Okay, you can mine those 2 tiles. Okay. I always hate games that have to get into that style of micro. Because it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel like you're decision making. It feels like you're fighting terrible AI. I'm gonna wait till specialized people show up. Like, we ultimately need to get you use priorities. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Like, if I have to go like this and go priority 1, 2, 3, that kind of thing. And obviously this isn't a good example. It's not far enough of a drop. Like, to me, I'm like, just fix your frickin' AI. Because all it would take is literally when they go to, you know, cut rock, that the dupe would run up and it would say, okay, if I cut this rock, can I go home? Yes, no. If yes, cut away. If no, go home. Can restrict dupes to certain tasks? Yeah, you can. ESP and number keys? Well, right. My point isn't the action is cumbersome specifically. My point is I shouldn't have to sit there and be like, I shouldn't have to fight the AI for what is an obvious decision. If it's very obvious, dig this out without killing yourself is the goal. The dupe should just do it. I shouldn't have to babysit the dupe every single time I want to cut them stuff, like cut something like this and be like, okay, all right, buddy, do me a favor. You need to cut this rock before you do anything else. Don't cut the other rock. The other rock will get you killed. Like, those are the kinds of things that you play a game at first, you're like, oh, okay, that's a little janky, whatever. And you do them for a while. But then the more you play the game, it's, you know, at first like, oh, that's a weird quirk. I wish it didn't work that way. Until eventually you're like, I hate everything about this. That's the stuff that happens in, like, Path of Exile. So Path of Exile has had, like, kind of this janky way of trade working. And at first you're like, oh, it's kind of novel, it's kind of weird. Sure. I can do the novel weird kind of trade. But then you put 1,000 hours, you're like, you know what I hate? This trade. I never want to do it again. The little quirky weirdness becomes just this really big pain point. Because your patience for it wears out. It wouldn't be so bad, except literally every single one of our dupes have died to pathing problems. That they've cornered themselves, or their pathing AI got stuck on things. That's the only thing. Like, if I had starved a dupe to death, or I burned them to death, or I froze them to death, fair enough. It's that they're dying to their own AI is the thing that's frustrating me. And then I have to get a new dupe, and I have to wait for that dupe to get to a point that they can pick up the job of the previous dupe. Because right now I can't mine this. That's not true. My construction dupe can actually probably mine this now. They're just busy. Okay, so how are we doing? That all looks stable. It's fine. I'm just solving my food problem. That's all. We're just sorting out our food problem. We are taking a temporary reduction in population to resolve it. Poor dupes. Yeah. Alright, so they got the gas mask. Then we can mine this out, because the thing I tried to do, and I don't know why he wouldn't go. Was it too top? No, I don't, because I think we carved out the block. Anyway, I was trying to send him on to the next area. It's like, oh, hey, if you can't, you know, go through, like, if you can't get yourself out, try teleporting to the other location. There might be a pocket of air. I actually don't know what the situation is on the other side. There's a lot of simulation Connie games have this kind of issue. Devs sacrifice essential algorithms for performance reasons, or they just can't find good algorithms to implement a logic check. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, that wouldn't be a difficult logic check. If you've calculated the path of getting here, you just need to like, honestly, you wouldn't even have to calculate the path very far. If I go to cut a brick, can I go like 10 steps back the way I came? Like, it wouldn't be that big a deal. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Is that Pumpkin Pie? Or Pumpkin Pie? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm assuming probably some oxygen not included. Gotcha. How was your oxygen not included? Hopefully, you didn't have any dupes dying to their own intelligence. We have certainly not lost dupes that I'm currently salty about. Where the dupe would go, I'm going to cut the area behind me necessary to get here. Oh no! And then suffocate and die. Started your 4th base today. Nice. I am very rusty, as I have not played in like 2 years. So yeah. She was going against her best judgment and listening to Twitch chat. That's always a very dangerous thing. But if you know you're into Oxygen Not Included, check it out. Anyways, for those who are all popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on hardened apocalypse settings with no mods that change itemization or vehicles. That said, I am a variety streamer. And, you know, I play roguelikes, roguelites, tycoons, city builders, settlement builders, simulation, action RPGs, whole bunch of stuff. Leopard saying, "Oi, I played Project Zomboid as well recently. depressing to play alone. It depends. Like, I think thematically it's supposed to be that way. You know, the game starts, you know, there was no hope of survival, this is how you died. Like, it's not, here's how you did a perfectly thing. Oh, you're telling something about the keyboard layout? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I slurred that last word real bad. Gotcha. Yeah, the Dvorak keyboard layout. I don't use the QWERTY keyboard. I use Dvorak. All right, you go take care of your stuff. I understand completely. Thank you again for sharing your community with me. It does mean a lot. I really do appreciate it. And one of the things, I'm actually new to Spaced Out, so I totally forgot I could just teleport to another location. We do have to replace like 3 dupes that have died. That is also a very adorable hype emote. Can't wait for the NPC update. I don't feel alone anymore. Unfortunately, you're going to be waiting for a long time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Which 3 dupes died? I have lost track. I know my cook died, I know my excavator died, and I know my replacement excavator died. I think we've had a total of 5 dupe dies in this colony, and every one was to AI. I had, like, you notice I broke the ladder here? It's because they kept running down here, trying to get, like, a pocket of air. It would disappear, so it'd run back up here, and then it would come back, and it'd run down there, and it would just ping-pong until they suffocated. How do you lose the cook? They were running down here for something, and then just the AI didn't know where to path because they're like, oh, need air. Oh, can't get it. Can't. Oh. Like, I lost 2 dupes, or was there 2 or 3 dupes to, like, ping-pong before I finally was like, alright, you can't have the ladder anymore. Like, your pathing is that bad. And I get the idea is a pocket of air goes here, and that goes 1 tile too high, and they can't reach, and they go, oh no, and they start running up here. But then it moves back down, and then they run back down for it. Might lose more surprise. Actually, we're coming back from the starvation. This area started to overheat. Will the way to believe Product Zomboid game is one to always come back to? Yeah, I'd say that. I do think as far as like its presence on Twitch, Project Zomboid has been the biggest it'll ever be. Just multiplayer is just such a huge feature because, you know, people are super into the game, brought their friends in the game, but a number of them, they played for a while, they didn't get super into it as much as their buddy. And those ones aren't probably going to come. Oh, you're dormant? Start analyzing. Lock that door open so you don't cook yourselves too bad. I've been waiting for that thing to go dormant so I could finally get someone in there without scalding them half to death. Okay. Alright, I got a lot of people to replace. What do you have on the table? My researcher died, that's right. So let's look at our schedule. Put Rowan down here. And Otto. And priorities. You're supposed to be decorating. You're supposed to be sciencing. Is the Oxygen Not Good your favorite game? You're scalding over here. Oh, you're probably scalding in there and you were treated. Please stop. You're dying. Please get out. Alright, it's time to go and put you in triage. The ice melted? Oh, I'm deliberately taking advantage of the ice here. I've got these 2 cold geysers and I'm using that to cool stuff off. And then this ice, I'm actually using this to cool that ice off to prevent it all from melting. Like, this up here is unfortunately going to keep melting. But this area we've got pretty well stabilized at about 20 degrees Fahrenheit, even when I'm running all of this. But I am actually deliberately letting this ice go over. Need 2 more mess tables? Oh, yeah. Well, actually... Oh, I forgot. Do those assign... That's right. I find it weird that you have your mess tables assigned. Like, I'm used to games like RimWorld where they just have a plate and they don't need to care about it. Like, as long as you got a table and a chair available, they're happy. Yep, got him ready. But yeah, at this point, I'm letting that just drip cold water down here. Could you build a temp shift plate made of ice to cool the geyser? Um, only let's see. Could build a temp shift plate made from ice to cool the geyser, only if dormant. Oh yeah, to cool off the space. I'm just gonna let him run in here and deal with it. I probably shouldn't. Oh right, I can't analyze it. My researcher died. I also don't know why there's ice sitting there. That's melted all over my floor. Okay. Ventilation system is going fine. We have plenty of hydrogen in the system. Natural gas are waiting on. Nice simple gas filter storage you got there. Yep. We had a really, like, you can see almost where the remnants of the old one were. We had like a really complicated high power one that was over here. Then chat told me about the shenanigans I could do with this, and we cleaned it up. And this is our catch-all. I don't have it filtered. When it fills up, start dumping the gas back out. Oh, you're finally set up. Yeah, 1,000 grams. That's fair. Wait. Send green signal when above. Because I want that to stay off, unless there's... Actually, we'll lower that. Set you to 500 grams. So basically, I don't want that thing to run if there's not enough air to pump. There's no point. Because I don't have enough circulation yet. I'm going to keep just opening this up to let stuff circulate more. Oh, that's part of that problem. Alright, go ahead and open that door again. Let all that gross water... Where did that... Oh, right, we pulled it from up here. That's... Yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm just opening up the space more and more. And then we're just going to basically start pulling the gas out into a vacuum to try and contain heat by just not having air to transfer the heat. But that's going to take an incredibly long time. And is impractical. Which is exactly why I'm going to do it anyways. Alright, so it's a cool steam thing. I am going to need to do stuff with the system. Right now, I just want to contain that heat. Should start building that wall over one. That's fine, we can deal with that later. And we've got our 3 volcanoes down here. We've got a, I believe it's a... Yeah, it's an oxygen thing over here. That's carbon... That's the zombie spores. Zombie spores sound bad. Alright, so that should start letting a ridiculous amount of pressure of that go out. Honestly, let's restrict movement out this door and let this pressure seep out for a while so that they don't pop their eardrums a whole bunch and get super upset. Let that bleed over. Like I said, I do want to open up this... That's fine. Okay, you've got that all sealed off. Sweep the floor. That'll be fine for right now. Oh, gotta sweep the floor up here too. That'll be fine for right now. Then we'll end up closing this place up. It'll get super pressurized and it'll be awful and terrible and possibly threaten our lives. You know, as you do. Later on, I'll do stuff to either heat it up more or cool it off more, depending on my needs. Because I want to get steam power going, and I forgot I need plastic. Alright. Yeah, I need to get my replacement excavator. My construction person can do excavation, but I haven't been having to do a lot of it. Oh, we can go ahead and sign more stuff. But you should be assigned. Right, you're my researcher. I forgot to sign you when I got you. Are you my researcher? Did I sit? Oh, right, you just came... Wait, do I... Yes, you are my researcher. That's fine. And you do medical. Okay, we got Rongor here, which is basically set up with what I'm going to give them. Not going to bother with doing more. That just makes them more picky. You... Alright, yeah. Oh, you have one more point to put in digging, don't you? That's where you're missing. And we have Ari here. Okay. How... So I could have you... I'm gonna make Ari also a cook. That way we can actually start getting more mileage out of our food. As our cook died. We lost a lot of dupes in a very short period of time. It was like the entire stream yesterday. I did like a full 11 hours of oxygen not included. Didn't lose a single dupe until like the last 30 minutes. We lost 2. And it was building this. There was an area up here that they did the thing where they ran over here, dug the ground up behind them, and then suffocated. Because by the time I got the warning that they had no air, I couldn't get a path built in time to save them. And every one of our deaths has been related to pathing. What am I storing over here? So I've got oxygen. Is that one chlorine? Which one are you? Got natural gas. We've got hydrogen. We've got, I believe, chlorine is here. Yeah, chlorine. This will be polluted oxygen, and then this is everything else. And I've got the automation set up that when this tank starts to get too full, we just start dumping it back out. So this is the I don't have a, filtering. Does he have shut off gas filters? Yep. And I need to get this converted over to use hydrogen, because our hydrogen is going real good. That was not the hydrogen. The hydrogen's going pretty well. You're following too many streamers now? See, that's the beauty of it, though. You can follow a whole bunch, and if you still like the content... Oh, you're not sure who is where skirt? Yeah, it's easy to forget. Well, I do a lot of variety, so, like, I do play games like Oxygen Not Included and RimWorld and whatnot, but I do bounce around between games, quite a bit. That's kind of what one of the things that people seek out the channel for is, every other week I'm playing a different game. Like, I do have games that definitely are repeats. Like, RimWorld comes back a lot. Project Zomboid has come back a lot, though I don't think I've played in almost 3 weeks. Kind of broke the world record on that one. And then people, that lasted a while, and then someone broke my record, as happens with records. And people are like, so you're gonna go for the new records? Like, no. That run took like 500 hours. No. I actually do have a character that's alive at 157,000 kills in Project Zomboid. But the record is like 297,000 kills now. Didn't you say you had a character who was high? Yeah, so I got... My record was 135, 121 is when I set the world record. That's 135,000. I have a character who is currently alive that's like at 155 or 157,000. With that amount of time, I bet you have 10 all skills. Not even close. By the way, did I name a dupe after you? I don't believe so. Did you do the redeem? And if I didn't get a chance to name a dupe after you during the stream, at the end of the stream, I refund anyone who does the redeem and doesn't get... That dupe is dead, isn't it? It could be. We lost a lot of dupes. Like, at the very end of stream... Well, there's our cook. At the very end of stream yesterday, We lost a bunch of dupes. Alright, so cooking. Excellent. And you can also do the decorating as well. Alright, so schedule. Oh, promote, I thought I got too many. Yeah, okay, we're at 7. That's fine. Priorities. New person, you cook. That's what you do. I don't recall naming a dupe for you, but I also don't have the best memory. But the way the name a character after me works on this channel, is you redeem it once a character becomes available, which I have characters available. Then I would name him. If we get to the end channel, then I don't get an extra character to name. I just refund the points. Suffocating. Why are you walking super slow? Why are you walking super slow? What? Why are you moving so slow? Anemic. I wouldn't say so much as new as very rusty. And so a lot of new stuff I don't know about. There's stuff I've long since forgotten about. Right. Yeah, so it's anemic plus that. Okay, so I need to keep you back at base as much as I can. That should start coming back online soon. That's effectively created an airlock with that water. That's how physics work. I can have a ridiculous amount of pressure, and the tiniest little bit of air prevents you from, like, literally, the tiniest, ittiest, bittiest bit of water fully locks it from going, versus that just, like, leaking over. I wonder if I close the door and reopen it, if it'll cause enough water to be displaced. Because I actually do want the pressure of this gas to be released into this system over here, so that we can have this start pumping. Like, I need to move all of this down here. But then temperature... Well, I mean, temperature's actually okay. What I need is I need an excavating person again. So the last person needs to be solely excavating. Just do that because we can. Do that because we can. You're still leveling up. Okay. Another thing I gotta do is have... I mean, I actually have the pump over here. Which that's starting to become oxygen down there. So we have 1 point... Hey, getting rough. How's it going? So I'm debating if I open that door, turn this pump back on, and just have it start feeding the system. Because that should start getting all that natural gas back in the system. For some gases, have you ever tried to liquefy them to store them? I know I messed with that before. Have you seen the new game Railway Empire 2? I have not. I can guess what it's about. That's so late game. Yeah. Like, I remember in the past, like, I remember doing the thing where you could use shine bugs to... Nothing. About trucks, isn't it? Starvation. You have 34,000 calories available. If you starve, that is on you. That is what we call a you problem. Where am I putting... They've got all the fresh water bottles. I used to have the thing up here for dropping it. I didn't make a new place, I don't think. Usually do it for chlorine. How much do you charge your colonists for oxygen? Sadly, there's no money in this world for that. I charge their never-ending servitude and labor. Yeah, the dupes are pretty dumb. And they're moving all that stuff indoor storage. My storage is getting full again. And do we meter it? Can't afford oxygen. I mean, it is going through an entire system. We can only assume we can meter it. Makes you actually wonder if I could set up a logic meter to like count the amount. Like it wouldn't actually work because they're smaller increments. Yeah, so I don't have the researcher. Yeah. That's fine. Air pipe block. Do I have that set up wrong? Oh no, it's just the other system is overwhelming this one. That's fine. They'll just sit there idle until such time that there's any availability. And it's put into the system. Imagine getting billed for 30,000 nutrient paste because you decide to start exercising. Yup. You signed the NDA about that idea, right? Alright, so we are just feeding air into the system and all that. We have NDAs now. I mean, everything has an NDA, especially ideas that are obvious that, like there's no reason to even hide it. Those are the ones that get NDA'd the most. From when I work in dev projects, be like, what about a social network for artists? Why do you think we need an NDA for that? It's been done. It didn't work either. Because hear me out, imagine instead of having 10 different social networks you need to deal with for your 10 different hobbies, you had one. Or maybe two. And then they look at you like, what? Or they'll be like, okay, well, what's your monetization strategy? And they go, oh, well, probably advertising, I guess. I'm like, yeah, you need to know a lot more about this than I guess I'm going to try and do a thing to actually get people to pay for my product. I need to somehow be able to restrict you to not leave home ever. Because you do not move. Can I restrict you in any way? I've never had to worry about that before. But you're gonna straight up die trying to get out here at that speed. Can I mop any of that to just... Okay. So I can mop it enough to trigger it to literally you're just gonna die out here. You're just gonna go back and forth and die out here. Alright, so cancel that. Because that's letting that air pressure through. You need to... Oh, that is a good idea. So I need to wait for him to get all the way back through this door, because this is the door that lets him out that is the only door that can reach there. So I need to wait till he gets out there and cut off that door and the door at the top, and that should be enough to keep him trapped. Okay, I need an excavation person. None of you are excavation people, so there you go. Like, maybe when he maxes out his athletics. Should he be on a wheel? Yeah, I just need to trap him inside this space. What? Why are you sleeping there? I have enough beds. Alright. Do you have whatever... What is the one that they fall asleep on, like, randomly with? No? I guess you just had such a long walk, you got sleepy. I like my idea better solves the problem, a great thing. Right, but that's not functionality in the game. I can't right-click and say, please break this person's legs. That's not functionality that exists. Okay, so... You do not have allowances to that door? But I want to let the air out. I'm going to have to just deal with that one. Oh, I can block him at this door. And you do not have allowances to that door. You live inside the box. This game is moddable, right? Yeah, but you know I don't mod any meaningful amount. I have been very open about the fact that with how many times I've had saves ruined and all that kind of stuff with mods, I mod very lightly. Let alone some silly mod where I could shatter people's legs for no apparent reason. Like, I've already been told there's a mod that makes the AI on the dupes better so that when they get themselves cornered, like they'll recognize that they're gonna make themselves incapable of getting back the way they came, and so won't let it happen. Alright, so slowly all this high pressure got... My mods are quality of life. This game's default stuff is so much already. Yeah. Well, the big one for me would be just the AI problems we've been bumping into. Where, again, the dupes will corner themselves, and then by the time you realize they're a problem, you're like, oh, well, crap, that dupe's dead. And you're idle because you have nothing to do. You could run in the wheel. You'll figure it out. It says, I micromanage my dupes a lot, so I don't get those problems anymore. Only sand screws me, or sometimes it's no. Yeah, well, that's the thing. For me, it's like, when I have to get to that level of micromanaging, like, I find that to me is frustrating, not fun. Like, I don't mind microing where microing goes into. Like, you know, an RTS, microing your units. Where you're like, ah, this makes a lot of sense to take the time to micro this, to, like, maneuver these ones, so I can, like, jive people in and out of being hit to split the damage and all that kind of stuff. That's meaningful micro. Micro because your character decides to smash their face directly into death if you don't tell them exactly what order to cut the blocks. Sure, but that's not... To me, that's not fun or meaningful micro. That's just a pain point. Alright, clean all that up. So ultimately what I'm probably gonna do crude oil. Where'd the crude oil come from? That's an okay amount of crude oil too. You just reminded me of one of my favorite micromanagements in SCI history. Oh, Spacecraft 2? Microed one Brave into a Baneling so that he'd blow up and only kill one dude. Yeah, you do that kind of stuff. Yeah, when you were saying SCII, I'm like, what? StarCraft 2, I gotcha. But yeah, like for me, that's meaningful micro. The point of interest always has crude oil. The amount has helped me set up early liquid locks. Gotcha. So I've got a thing. Let's see, he did that repeatedly in one game. Imagine being a Marine, getting out of a basic, and being told to go hug an acid-filled monster. That sounds about right. Alright, so our food is slowly recovering. Our temperature's starting to balance out because it went from it way too hot to way too cold because of how I went about cooling it, which is fine. I had a big pool of really cold liquid and I just dumped it right down the middle of the base. How is the germs? I haven't checked on that in forever. Alright, so we got some pollen germs here. We got a little bit of food poisoning germs in the water. That's not super surprising. Generally speaking, we're doing pretty good. The slime germs over here are pretty terrible. None of that surprising at all. You think morale has to be worked on? As in, I mean, it seems like morale is very easy to manage right now. Alright, bear with me, chat, for just a moment. I'm going to slow the game down for a second, because I am out of drink, and I need to get some more drink, so I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing, doing the bits, hustles, donors, and the raids. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Okay, sorry about that. See, the operator dupe is about to hit equilibrium in terms of morale. Needs incurrent morale? Yeah. Like, and there's things I can do to help their morale. I have this space over here that's been honestly doing nothing forever. Now, what I should do is just find someplace else to be the reservoir for water. I mean, frankly, I could make it just be down here. Yes, it's contaminated. But, because I don't need this anymore. So I could just have them drop all the water down here, cut this space out. And there's things I could do here. If I get the plastic, I can make these into comfy rooms. I can make this area into multiple individual rooms. That would help. I could make a natural park somewhere. I don't even know where I'd fit it, though. Who's got the longest commute? Dress change. Yes, the big thing is travel time. It's usually the construction person. Oh, no. I mean, it's the construction person, yes, but it's also our person who is anemic. I didn't realize how bad that one is. I'm wondering if when they get to maximum athletics, they'll still be slower, but if it won't be that bad. And if not, sooner or later they'll get themselves cornered and die, and then they don't have to worry about it. I also need to send someone over there, but it's a hard question of who. I'm half tempted to send the anemic person over there. I'm half tempted to send the anemic person over there to start, like, bootstrapping stuff, and if they don't make it, Right now, they're just cooking. Which, honestly, I think it's okay if... Honestly, it's okay if they're anemic, because they're only running back and forth from here. That's their life. So I think that's okay, because, I mean, yeah, they stand around and be idle, which isn't the best use of time. But if they are running that little distance back and forth... Okay, who's the one who's stressing out the worst? Yeah, so this is turning on and off now. That's actually starting to get a lot of oxygen available in it. That's because there'll be the extra bleed off that was happening over there. I wonder if it would be realistic to... I mean, I'd rather make this a vacuum. There we... Okay, what do we got here? So what you've got for me is a bunch of fish. I need my mining person. Did I actually get my dedicated mining person? Where is our skills? Not here. Priorities. Oh, right. Never mind. Our construction person can do mining as well. We'll prioritize building, then digging in that. Yeah, so rocketry I've got a gap in the skills for. And ranching I do. But I'm perfectly okay with that. So you're the one who's having the most mood problems. You have a lot of exposure to zombie spores. Oh, right, we got the thing where we could do the decontamination to use up some water to get out of the system and on. Alright. I think the first thing I'm doing is we're getting this out of here, and we're going to start moving it someplace else. That's the first thing. It's just sitting here. We've not been using it in ages. It's literally just kind of just in the way now. Because I'm feeling lazy, all I'm going to do for that is I'm just going to put a thing up here to just spill it over the side. Because then we'll clear this area out and I'll be able to use it for something else. The oxygen reservoirs are filling up. Yeah, one of these makes a whole lot of oxygen. It'll also be interesting because it means we'll end up spilling out oxygen up here, which will push all this other gas down. Which is good, because it's actually getting decently high pressure up here. And you still haven't leveled up yet. That's cool. Alright. The only place we haven't explored is this little pocket down there. Otherwise, I explored to right about where the edge of space is. Alright, so you have major eye irritation, unrested, afraid of the dark. You have slime lung, you have low oxygen. Yeah, so you're good in there. Yeah, the big thing is this whole system, like, there's just so much oxygen in the system. If this is producing oxygen in this room constantly. It feels like it should just cut a path across here to, like, kind of let the air equalize or whatever. Can you reach the surface? As you can tell, I'm sorry, nude. Yes, so you can reach the surface here. So, like, if you look up here, you can actually see where there's a little pocket of space. The thing, like, you can build an airlock, you can get spacesuits, and they can actually, like, put solar up here and launch rockets and all that. The thing you gotta worry about is, as you can imagine, this being a vacuum, if I just connect this, the gas is just gonna start going out because vacuum. That's actually the reason I have this airlock back here, is just in case when I was digging up here, I punched a hole into a space tile, I could back out and just not let anyone through there. There's definitely purposes for that. Alright. Cool. Field research. That's a very useful skill for us, because now you can study that, hopefully before it becomes active again. That's starting to warm up, which is kind of a concern. I just got a pretty high amount of pressure in there. Alright, so is this... Wait. Why aren't you live? Because that should be about full. Oh, right. It waits till it's completely full, then that's going to kick on, start charging that up, then this whole system comes online. It's getting warm because of all this air. Is slime lung still very not deadly? Yeah, it's not deadly, but it makes your dupes cough and annoying and all that. Like, it impacts your dupes, but it's not something that you have to worry about them dying kind of thing. Yeah, so you see, like, they're moving slower and coughing. Dealing with slime is very annoying. Yeah. For the most part, I've been converting into algae when I have the chance. Oh yeah, this hasn't been running for... Well, no. Oh right, we turned that off a while back. What all were you powering? Just these two? That's... Right, it was just those two. Like, those was all you're powering. The slime line curable? I believe it'll go away as long as they're not continuing to be exposed to it. And then there's also a medicine you can give people. Okay, and liquid water. Enable auto bottle. Yeah, so what that's saying is it'll tell my dupes to run over here, grab bottle of water, run it all the way over there, and just drop it. This, yeah, I love the game, but I couldn't really get behind it with no fear of death or losing. Yeah. Oh, there's yeah, things can go wrong. Like temperatures usually I talked about in the past when I was play this game, the things that almost always the only thing that killed me was temperature. You know, and it'd be one of those things that temperature causes starvation because it kills all your plants. But you'd be going, everything would seem fine, and then you'd look at your farm and like half of these would all be, you know, not going because of temperature, and you go, oh no. And then by the time you can try and recover it, it's just way too late. Temperature in this game is the slow and insidious killer. It's one of the reasons why you'll see me like pop into this meter every so often. Though we got like a lot of heat down here. Like actually it's like a pocket right here now. I've been dumping enough salt water down here that's super cold that's been kind of actually balancing out a little bit. But like this area, because that steam geyser's been going. Really do like all the complicated systems they make in the game. Yeah, I mean everything is a balance. Like everything you do, you get something that takes something. It's just figuring out what equilibrium you come up with. The spiral of oxalate I still find really interesting and amusing. Yeah, we've got all that going on up there. We got our pocket of hot over here. Got a polluted water vent over there. That's all lava down there. That is... Whatever that is ridiculously hot. I don't think that's in the lava layer. I wonder what's going on with this that's so hot, because the lava layer is way down there. I just now noticed that this thing is 2,000 degrees. I wonder if there is an exposed volcano down there that's just, you know, pumping molten metal in the air and just heating up the area around it. Alright. Pipsqueak. Go check it out. I mean, I'm going to. Once I get some other things sorted out, yeah, we're going to check it out. I mean, actually, I could dig straight down to it. Like, right here, I could go straight for it. Yep, I'm game. Because it'll also dump that water someplace. Oh, good. They finally mined that out. And we just go like this. Actually, I can go 4, so... Mine the next section out. Let's see. Hot steam is not fun to deal with. Not as bad as rock gas, but still nasty. Yeah. At least with hot steam, there's power coming out of it. Like you can put up a steam thing, and like it takes a little work, but you can. There's some benefit. Versus like the super hot gas, like okay, now I just gotta figure out how to cool this off so it's not murdering me. And then you go, okay, well I'm getting all this material. Now I gotta figure out how to collect the material in a way that also doesn't murder me. Like there's just so much cooling you have to do, but half the things you'd use to cooling can't stand the heat of it. So you almost need like a big area you can just dump stuff into to let it bring the temperature down. Oh, good. There you go. You're a slightly better cook. The good old days of running gas lines through the frost biome. Yep. Oh, I can turn that back on. So actually, while we're in there, automation, cable, I can't because I've locked this whole room. And I don't want to unlock it because it's near saturation of chlorine. That's the reason it's secured. That's fine. It can just stay... Oh, here's what we could do. I'll just do it manually. It's fine. Ooh, actually, the polluted oxygen in that room is getting pretty ridiculously high pressure. Just a couple kilograms. So what'll happen is this will run, and then we fill up those reservoirs, and I turn it off, and this ends up cooling off the entire area in there because it's really cold, polluted. I'm gonna have this other system, the saltwater system. That one is what's cooling off this over here, but it's not really holding up right now. Just too much heat is getting over there. It's illegal to use ice biomes for that purpose. Ice biomes need to be appreciated. I do know messing around with ice biomes can get you in trouble, because once it's gone, it's gone. So you have to manage to have ways of managing your heat that don't depend on ice. How cold is this room again? Yes, this room's getting very cold because of what we're doing. Okay, so we made some pretty good progress down here. Because I don't have, like, the whole map revealed. You agree yourself, your ice bombs? Yeah, for me, it's just like, wait a second, I got all these cold geysers in here. It's like, there's how I cool my base. Those geysers. And then we're just trying to take advantage of this wheeze ward over here and doing our best. This all stuff is kind of doing all right, just kind of sitting there. If I can sit here and start vacuuming out more and more of this air, we'll be in good shape. Honestly, the big thing is the bottleneck of having these pipes. I probably need more. Are you actually hitting the point that... No? Oh, that just keeps saying max gas pressure. You're not turning on and off because of power. What? Pipe blocked. Oh, it's because it's getting mixed types of gases. He's pipe blocking. Oh, we also are getting natural gas in here too. Where was it? There's a chunk. That's good. There's chlorine apparently there. The good news is I'm watching the natural gas level slowly go down. And that's because as these are filling up with the extra oxygen, it's just dumping it out there. Right now, because the natural gas level is moved, the oxygen's depleting from this part of the system. And that's starting to refill that. Honestly, I can open that door now. And just let the natural gas cut across. Because that should help if the pressure keeps getting higher up here. Because now these are periodically managing to turn on and move the air and whatnot. Alright, so you're dormant for a while, so go ahead and keep taking it. Oh, good. So I got lots of times I could figure out what I want to do with the cool steam vent. Oh man, it's actually legitimately cooling this area down. This is like 130 degrees Fahrenheit when I was down here before. But I just keep dumping more and more of that in here. So this whole thing was not that red, but it was a bit redder. It did, like, or I guess more in the darker orange. We are just kind of dumping cold salt water into it till it's warm. Oh, the reason why this is getting warmer is because the geyser's running. That's why. So this water, while it was 14 degrees to begin with, because it's just the same water being put in a cycle, it's still cooling, but it's not, doing as much cooling. So as long as this doesn't melt by the time this comes alive again, we should be in good shape. Because then it'll start cooling this back off, and you get the idea. Insufficient oxygen generation because the pressure's getting too high in here. That's fine. Oh, I guess it's fine, because, like, literally the pressure's too high at these vents for it to continue filling the space. But as long as they keep breathing it, it's fine. And then, like, this'll, pump air out wherever it's needed. Oh, we got more dirty down here from somewhere. Yeah, that'll all melt. It doesn't seem to be moving at all. We can get pip eggs. Supplying is good. Honestly, now I've got this analyzed. Maybe I send our researcher over. Because the researcher's just standing around for the most part. Nah, this is running. Not the researcher. I need to send someone over. I need to stop waffling. Someone needs to leave and go deal with that. And we gotta figure out who. The cook is super slow. You can probably be the one to go over for now, because until you max out your research, you can't do much. That was Rowan. So signed Rowan to it, so my understanding now is Rowan is going to run through that door. Now I need to figure out how I check the other location. Rowan, where are you? Oh, there we go. I was just too fast. Alright, cryo tank. We could defrost a friend. New event. Frozen friend. Rowan has made an amazing discovery. Barely working cryo tank 3000 has been uncovered containing May inside the frozen state. Rowan was successful in thawing May, and this encounter filled both duplicates with a sense of hope. Something they desperately need to keep their morale up when facing the dangers ahead. May has been thawed. Alright, May, let's see what you're about. Skills. You are maximum creativity. And you have nutrient bars in here. Teleport receiver, and that's the way back. Yep, fair enough. We have an electric grill and that buried here. We have some cots. We have a coal generator and some batteries. So we have a bunch of, like, partially built facilities. Alright, May, this is your home now. Rowan's going home. What is the situation here? How is our air? So we got a little pocket of air here. So I guess the first thing I'm going to do is need to start cutting a pit to get that out. Oh, right. Wait, what is that? Mud. Alright. And we'll work on this for a while. Oh no. Hang on. Actually, change it even higher. Because luckily you have a gas mask, which is running out of air. Please hurry. Because Rowan can't go back. It's a receiver, not the other way. So vitals. I guess for the moment, I need to do that. Carving out for resources, and we can go vitals. Rowan's so dead. Okay, we can drop that down to regular priority. Okay. Right, meanwhile, we already have that scanned. They're picking up the last of the materials in there. Alright, meanwhile, I also need to go to skills, May. I'm trying to make a carbon dioxide pit real fast. More than likely what I'll actually do with May is May will be here for a little while. And then we'll teleport May to the rest of them. Hey, the follow. Welcome to stream. And what do we got here? First teleport. Okay. Oh, schedule for May. I imagine it's really easy to get yourself in trouble when you're doing the multi-planet kind of thing, because it'd be really easy for one of the planets to not be stable, and you not realize that you spend a bunch of time dealing with this one, and then suddenly you go, oh crap, and you're just in trouble. Oh, right, of course they're not cleaning that up. I have no storage left. Oh, yeah, you don't have any toilets. Well, we'll start working on that, I guess. Alright. Right now there's only one of you, so I don't need to double up. I'll make room 2 double up. One of the things I'm noticing is a total lack. Oh man, space is right there. Alright, so we do have down here. We do have a geyser of some kind. Yeah, so water is going to be an immediate problem. Alright. It's sealed again. Because of water dripping from here. Okay, we can fix that. There was a bunch of water in here before. And I'm a bit concerned that I don't know where it went. Why are you so ridiculously hot? There's just one spot right here is just really, really hot. There's a geyser down here of some kind. So what are you? You're probably... That's not... I'm looking for... You're probably a volcano. Minor volcano. Where'd the water come from? You know, stuff just disappear and spawn all the time. Ceiling collapse. That's fine. Go ahead and set that, because you're going to get real sick here. So I'm trying to make a pool. This is going to take a little bit of work. I'm going to need to make 2 pools, one for the fresh, one for the gross water. Right now, that's just becoming a carbon trap. Make that part of the carbon trap later. Okay. So make that one of the reservoirs for water. Okay, because I can go ahead and dump some of the water down here. And I'll have a separate reservoir that I probably will just put right here. We'll also have to make a pocket for where I deal with Sorry, where I deal with the oxygen generation. But I want to dump this out real fast. Because then I can get to these cots and I'll already have like a bedroom made. Okay, so it's doing pretty okay over here. Our air systems all seem to be working well. You need to be turned off because you're going to lock up the entire system because you're overfilling it. Alright, that's fine. I don't need more dupes right now. Let's get this person bootstrapping this. Then we can worry about the other one. I'm not trying to gun for this thing yet. I'm literally just trying to get the basic setup. Not there. You know, actually, I take that back. You will put that there. That'll be the full size of that in the long haul. Because then I have 2 sinks, 2 toilets, a shower or 2. This will be, like right now they're just all mixed because I'm just cutting through it. It'll make one of these the clean water reservoir, one of them the polluted water reservoir. We'll deal with filtration and all that down here. Probably put the oxygen handling over here for the moment. She can't dig through that, so she really 100% is depending on someone else to build a block there so she can climb down. I really hope she is not our only construction person. I'm having this really bad feeling she is. She is. Death number 6. I mean, I have that at maximum alert. Someone should beeline for it. Okay, there's Otto. Oh no, she's got a little pocket of air there still. Get off the block. Okay, now deconstruct it. Cool. Alright, we're only doing 2 blocks at a time from now on because I cannot take having another dupe kill themselves by doing that exact thing. That copper's also stuck there forever. I need more storage as well. They're putting it off. Like, I genuinely could just make a storage area here. That gas is interacting all sorts of weird. Alright, so the other thing I'm going to do is we'll go here for plumbing. Pitcher. That should be high enough to handle as much as that can offer. Same here. Now go here. Put down a mesh tile on both of those. And put a bottle emptier on both of them. Okay. Alright. You'll get low on food soon. You're not gonna be able to cut through that. I'll end up needing to set the second dupe to cut through this area. Alright, maybe our builder excavator goes over there for a while? How's our water system working? You backed up too hard? I seem to be alright. Wonder why I keep getting that little gap in the system. And that's our cook being idle. Alright, so you're a little bit timed, you're active. You're not going to go dormant for a while longer. It still didn't unseal the door like I planned for it to. So now I'm gonna dig all the way into that thing because that spot down there is really hot. But I would like to get a better view down here, trying to like just see where the edge of the map is. Pick out if there's any more interesting, you know, interesting geothermal stuff going on here. Alright, so all the tanks are getting a decent amount in them. Yeah, those are always full solid because of just the mixed gas. Okay. I want you to go over here to mine all that out. Make proper floor here. Alright. Thank you for hanging out, Meathound. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get this pocket opened as well. We'll start putting rooms I need in here. Now that we've got that open, though, what I can do is we're going to replace this. Yeah, replace this floor here. Dig that out. Dig this out. Then we'll dig this out. Basically, I'm going to slowly open up this area. We're going to try and make this our carbon dioxide trap as well as this. Have some type of oxygen handling down there. Maybe algae farms for the early on. Assuming you have algae. This is algae, right? May not have any algae to use. That's fine. I just put a wheel, a battery, and an oxygenizer. Yeah. Yeah, the oxygen here is not the best. It's a very polluted place. And we do get a chance for a construction slash excavation pawn. I'll send it over here to start making this happen. I'll make that into something. I don't know what that's gonna be yet. We're also going to need a farm, which I think that's what this will be. Oh, what are you? Oh, I remember there was creatures you could get that would eat stuff and produce that. They were like look like little like floaty ghost things. That's right. I used to use those as my main source of oil in the past. Okay. Go to the other location. Alright. Excavation 10. Congratulations, sir. Welcome to the team. And the very first thing we're going to do with you... What's your name? Ren? Alright, Kylo. It's time to get you to work. And I hope the very first action is like, that's not my name! Stop calling me that! Alright, Ren. That's your new home. Alright, buddy. You're gonna have a whole lot of work to do, and we need to get this food online. The good news is, at least if the food doesn't happen, I can turn around and immediately just send them to the other location and have them run back for food. So it's just a hot fossil? As best I can tell, it's just like a fossil that's ridiculously hot for no discernible reason. Rowan has gained a level. So you're our decorator. So I guess what you're gonna do in the meantime... Yeah, you got 50,000 food. Figure it out, man. So you have bog, bucket. So it can do that, and it needs polluted water to grow. Okay. Which would be a net loss of water. We don't have any other seeds, so I think I just have no choice but to deal with that for now. Oh. Yeah, let's cancel all this. As much as I want them to do that, that's too far to travel now. Meanwhile, we need to second toilet, second wash basin. And as soon as Resin gets the second point, we'll just dig in and we'll already have a nice-ish barracks to go with. I'll even go and just say... Oh, and there's literally a water and a house at the basin over there. With no door, which is a little confusing, but that's okay. I can make room for a door. I know I can put here oxygen. Well, actually, turns polluted dirt into polluted oxygen. We can do rust. Refinement. Okay. We are getting polluted dirt, right? What do we have for materials here? Polluted dirt. We have a bunch. Cool. Alright, because what we'll do is, since I don't see oxygen, we'll use the sublimation station. You require a tiny bit of power. So go power. Build a battery. Build a wheel. Wire it up. So that'll at least give us some oxygen generation. The downside we have here is I don't really have algae in the stuff to get rid of that. Yeah, no, it's polluted dirt is what I needed. Starvation's happening there. Yeah, the oxygen's fine up there. The ventilation system's nothing. They weren't throwing up. They were breathing really hard, but yeah, now they're sick because the air there is not good. Joshua's earned a skill point. Congratulations. Yeah, the air here is really bad. All right. It's food poisoning. Yeah, no, the whole place is just gross. Big guy in the hamster wheel. Yep. Doing what we can. Oh, can I make one of the gates here? I didn't even think of that. Looks like my room in college. I'm sorry. Alright. They've dug down, I'm assuming this is going to be like the bottom layer is going to kind of wave like that. There might be something here, and otherwise we've uncovered about everything we're going to. If I use an electrolyzer to make air, is it okay if the water has germs in it? I have no idea. I'm not an expert in this game. I actually only came back yesterday from over 2 years of not playing it. So unfortunately I don't know. I would think you're okay, but I also don't know. It will spread the germs? Gotcha. Alright, we'll start saying take care of those. I don't think we have any algae here to speak of. But just in the off chance we do, I'm gonna try and put one there. Oh, I finished the decontamination shower. Research. I'm just gonna click that button. So they just get stuff going. If you're on algae, that's the best option. It's fine. Yeah. Alright. Let's also go priority 7 on all of that. Farm plot inoperable. Why? Alright. So that's going to be the clean liquid one. It's not looking like it right now, but that will be the clean liquid one. And this will be the dirty liquid one. It's not looking like that now either, but it will. In the short term, it is cross-contaminated as heck. Choose blueprint. We have 2 different people with farming. I think we'll go with you. And you're going to... Okay, it does show okay, they're separate out. I was like, it does show everyone. Okay. So you're farming. Everyone else has what they can do. And you're polluted water. And for the moment we'll say enable auto bottle and enable auto bottle. To slowly try and work these two to be correct for what they are. And I'll put you here. I don't get why farm plot inoperable. Oh, right. These are hydroponic. I think I actually do have to pump it. I cannot manually do it, can I? Alright. That's something we could solve. So liquid pump it. And then we will need power. Alright, so get all that online. Now, the problem we're going to run into is there is a little bit of clean water in there, and sooner or later it's going to get in here. I'm going to have to, like, take apart a tile and dump it out and do all that, because I don't think we can do that. Nah. I wish I could go at 3 times speed. My base is so old, I can only play at 1 time. Gotcha. There's no algae for it, so it's not going to run. I didn't think it would. Everything going alright? Body temperature, what temperature? It's getting too cold. That's because all the water we injected in here, that should sort itself out in not too long. I've got a bunch of food here, so I think we're okay. And honestly, just letting a lot of this run and just do its thing. We come back online soon. 6 cycles. You shut down in 22 cycles. That room's empty now, so close it. I need more storage. I always just need more storage. I'm tempted to just make a platform here and just put storage boxes on it. I think I'm actually going to do exactly that. So go right here. Alright, and we'll switch places again. Alright, so we've got that going. You can use automated stuff dropper, but don't hook it up to power anything. You have to drop off stuff to pit. It lets you stack everything. Interesting. All right, so let's go ahead and carve that out. Toom and I have been watching the weather because we were intending on having plans tomorrow, but they were outdoor. And, it's not looking good for doing anything outdoor tomorrow here where we're at in Florida. It's definitely looking like really nasty storm weather all day. So trying to figure out what we're doing on the day off. Yeah, it's been raining all week. It's just like tomorrow's the day that we both have off. So it's the only day we've really cared about. I mean, she's cared because she's had to go out and work in crap weather all week. But let me go ahead and do that. I know that's just all gonna spill over from one side of the yard, but that's fine. Oh, you know what? So it's a liquid shutoff requires refined metal, which we don't have. And then keep working on it. Once it's all built, I'll just say copy the settings here, drop it all there. And these are going well. Air pressure is coming down pretty okay pretty much everywhere. Yeah, the air pressure is going down all over here. This area is a bit high pressure. Not there. This area is a bit high pressure, but it's coming down as well. And that's all that we're pulling air out of the system and just shoving in the boxes. As long as they keep doing that and the boxes don't overfill, we should just keep decreasing. Like there will be no getting rid of the pressure entirely because of this. But we will be able to get rid of like a lot of the chlorine and all that. Because the more air I pull out, the less temperature can move around. Then I can make this a self-contained thing where it'll just be the pipes and air going through the vents that'll be the only source of heat. And it gets a lot easier to manage. Because you can like just genuinely have one set of pipes that's cold, one set that's warm. And if you start throwing off one or the other, you just turn on the set of pipes to run that through your area. Or you can just have like it go into a reservoir and you heat up or cool off the reservoir depending on what you need. Alright, well, honestly, I guess just keep digging out this whole biome in the meantime. Because the problem with these is they are consuming water, which means I am at a net loss in water. And so I'm going to need to find a source of more water. So we had... Did we figure out what that was? Here, let's find out what you are. Carbon dioxide geyser. Huh. If I had algae, I could definitely turn the carbon dioxide into into oxygen, but I need a whole lot of it. Let's actually go back to that screen. You're not seeing any other obvious geysers I can reach yet. I didn't even check. You're consumable, right? I didn't even bother looking. I was just like, clearly this is a thing I gotta eat. Bog bucket. Bum, bum. Okay, it makes food. So the input is, you know, like any type of air, just about, and then polluted water, and it gives bog jelly. What do you produce? You are a plug slug. Oh yeah, you're the electric slugs that if I have them like run around, if I trap them on a tile, they can just circle around and power stuff. But you have to have like the wires exposed where they can get at and everything, so it makes it tricky to use for anything meaningful. So auto, supplying. You're good. Um, give you supplying as well, because that's one of those things that if you don't have anything else, like supplying and operating are usually just good no matter who it is. I guess we can go up. We know at least this far is space. New printables. Choose printable. Puffet egg or pufflet eggs. You know what? There's no shortage of polluted oxygen. Because if I recall correctly with pufflets, if I want to say, yeah, they breathe in polluted oxygen and they excrete slime. They can turn the slime into algae. By going refinement. Where are you? Algae distillery. Oh, and you need to pipe out, don't you? Alright. We'll end up needing to make that reservoir bigger. That's okay. Alright, what room do we have next? So we got the bedroom over here. This, I believe, will end up being a kitchen. I can actually sweep you up. That'll end up being a kitchen. I was gonna dig up and immediately dump all this water down on top of us to fill this thing up. But now that I've got a source of that, I'm gonna leave that alone. We can continue mining down to get in this area. Alright, so what do I want next? So we have the bedroom showing up over here. I probably should just make proper bedrooms, honestly. For as much as I'm going to have to work to do... You know what? Forget all that over there. Forget that entirely for right now. I'll just make proper bedrooms right here. That's not where I want that. Okay, so we're getting a bunch of bedrooms built. That'll be a good start there. Oh, I can deconstruct that. Make room for a spare person. Then next we're going to make room for a mess hall, and we'll make room for storage. Okay, so your maximum decor. So for the moment, your backup is you're going to be supplying and all that kind of stuff. Pollution exposure, yeah, so everyone's getting food poisoning, it's fine. Builds character. Alright, all this is going well, and we can go here and say, yep. Copy settings. And now a whole lot of people are going to scatter and start doing that. Hey, it's our little pip buddy. Does anyone need to be healed up? Nope. Alright, we're not losing calories here, so that's fine. We are apparently starting to empty this reservoir. Which I'm coming to some realization that I still have hooked up as having an output. So no matter how much I pull from it, it's going to always be full. Disconnect that. Well, last I checked, you were building gas filter tanks. How do they work for you? Working good. Ooh, the oxygen system's actually full. Which is fine. When it fills up, it just feeds into the next system and it dumps out. Yeah, so it seems like more and more of this is becoming oxygen safe. Lots of germs here, though. And this is like gradually the lower, like the natural gas level is gradually lowering. So eventually I should be able to get this, you know, mostly consolidated. Yeah, the pressure's going down everywhere, which is good. I need you to be back on, buddy. Need that properly cold water because this is slowly climbing in temperature because there's been no fresh water added to it. All right. And I don't want to inject a bunch more cold water and cool off this even more right now. We'll get there if we get there, though. Alright, so they're making good, solid progress. Making some good, solid art. The air here is all horrifically awful. Alright, so I think the next goal is the mess hall. Which could probably fit over here. Alright, let's see. Furniture. Level that. Water cooler. So none of these are powered, but it doesn't matter because this doesn't have any of the stuff we need. Except we could make boggy delights. How much power is on your system? Only 420? We can make that work. We just run a cable right on across. That takes care of that. Okay.
Thank you She-Wolf0777 for gifting a sub to iPatchup.
Thank you, She-Wolf, for gifting the 5 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a lot. I'll let it go through all the announcements before I start thanking, like, for letting people know who got them all that.
Thank you She-Wolf0777 for gifting a sub to 00711.
Alright, choose blueprints. Sand. Done.
Thank you She-Wolf0777 for gifting a sub to Slightly Irresponsible.
Now let's check back in another one. Storage is quickly being filled.
Thank you She-Wolf0777 for gifting a sub to Juniper Whispers.
Alright, so we have a lot of slime lung problems here.
Thank you She-Wolf0777 for gifting a sub to Flavian.
So thank you, She-Wolf, again for gifting all those subs to the channel. For the fine people, you now have yourself some nice advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And that would be iPatchup 0711, Slightly Irresponsible, Juniper Whispers, and Flavian. All 5 of you have yourself some nice advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again, She-Wolf, for that continued support. It does mean a lot. It wouldn't be possible to continue doing this full-time stream if it wasn't for, you know, all the contributions everyone does to make that happen. So thank you. The good news, we're getting polluted oxygen over here. So very slowly we are working this down. That's probably because we're pushing all this air across the way here, where it's getting pulled now, as opposed to before there was like no oxygen to reach over here. It was not included. We also had this like weird water gate happening here. Okay, and we can turn around here and jump back over. Yeah, so I get those puffets. They're just going to be sucking up all of that polluted oxygen, making slime, which I could then put in this to make algae, which I could then put in this to go through and do the rest of this process. It'll be good. It'll also give me something that the good water will be used for. Made good progress and all that. But I'm not seeing any geysers or anything in this space. Got random buildings over there. I doubt we'll see a geyser up this far. Oh, with the ladders now. I was like, why aren't you mining that? Right. Okay, ultimately, I will want to surround my place with insulate blocks. I mean, honestly, this works really well for insulate blocks. But anywhere I punch through, I'm going to have to deal with that. Okay, so we've got the storage area, so we can start sweeping up all these floors. And get that all going. There's a supply teleporter. I'm not seeing any place for a geyser thing in there either, so heat management might be tricky in this place. We couldn't get lucky and both locations have ridiculous amounts of that. I'm honestly gonna probably take all this apart for the materials. So it's just like an odd location. Just dig this out. Like I'm kind of just digging out towards the abyssale right now. Okay. This part of the biome's fine. Like everything else is actually cold around here for the most part. Okay, that's the first place we have that things are actually legitimately warm, is that section down there. You hate this one so much? So methane's off-gassing? I've noticed, like, there's, like, no control. Because at first, like, maybe I'll put a deodorizer, and then I'm looking around, like, yeah, the deodorizer's never going to catch up. Like, just legitimately never going to catch up. Oh, cool. We researched transit tubes. Do you want to think about your actions here? Okay. Luckily, that isn't set to deconstruct. Let's see, the easiest thing to do is collect all the water and then put clean water on top. Yeah, I've got the two reservoirs here that what I'm planning on doing is getting one to be clean and the other one to be dirty. Um, we just haven't bought her. Yeah, now it's going to take a lot of work to get everything moved around. For right now, I'm just trying to clear out space to set up the initial stuff. Gotcha. It's fine. They'll just live life with perpetual food poisoning and slime lung. It's okay. It builds something? Eternal sadness? Alright, so that's all going fine. Alright, so our oxygen is full. Our natural gas is struggling. How's that you have two bases? Oh, so there's two ways to achieve it. One is you can put a rocket and you can launch it off and build at the other location. But the other one is there's a teleporter. So I took the teleporter to the other base. Yeah, they're on different planets. Okay, and the pressure's starting to... The pressure's mixed over here, really. Okay, the temperature's balanced back out where none of the plants are struggling. That still is leaking water down there. You can send over a robot to start digging some things? Yeah. So what do you have here? You have water, you have supplying. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the other one. And take the water. All right. So we got another person down there. And that's the carbon dioxide. Guys are... how much water do they give you? A specific amount? Oh yeah, when they have the thing where you get water, it's 1,000 kilograms. Like it'll tell you, it's like this is how much you're gonna get for that. It's like okay. Yes, there's no geysers of any kind in this biome. I have a carbon dioxide geyser down there. I haven't seen any geysers on any of these other biomes to my sides. Yeah, there's not a whole lot for them to do over here right now, because I haven't punched through to start adding a bunch of admin stuff. You guys start to figure out how many guys you have? Oh, does it just tell you how many geysers you have? Oh, okay. So carbon dioxide, a liquid sulfur, and an oil reservoir. It also shows you the biomes. Okay. Yeah, so I assume the other ones will be down here. Diamonds. Okay, so that place is gonna be really hot down there. So it's really cold most of the area up here. It's a little pocket in the middle that's comfy. Yeah, it's gonna be cold up here too, and cold up there as well. Yeah, so that's all hot down there, and then all of this up here is cold. It's gonna be a little bit tricky because I don't have any of the cold geysers up here, so I'm gonna have to use the Wheezewort. I actually don't know what temperature that comes in. So this is still cold, so I don't mind punching through to start getting some of the rust and bleachstone and ethanol, liquid ethanol. Okay. We had to combine resources from both asteroids to improve rocket tech up to the point of the rest of planets. Yeah, that's what I figured. Is I wasn't able to get plastic on my planet, so I would get plastic from here, and then we, would ship it out using the teleport thing, or we make it into plastic here. You get where I'm going. Why did it eject everything? It's fine. They're putting away all the junk. I'm going to let them do that for a while so the place starts being nicer. That's why I put it there with little hints. Yep. Alright, so at some point, I'm going to need a clean water reservoir. And we'll be... There's so many ways to get things done in the game, it's unreal. Yeah. Well, that was the thing. You could get whatever the little slime monsters are, the little floating slime monsters. If you get any of those in your starting island, then you could technically get oil there. This is true. But I believe you can't you, unless they changed it, you used to be able to get them through the mini pod. That's one of your things. You used to be able to have a very small chance of getting it. Then if you got one, you can just bring him down there. Make a room for him. Remember they have some like weird gas need. Usually use Drekos. I remember having Drekos before, but I don't remember what they did. You shear them for fiber. Gotcha. Gotcha, you have the special ones. Right, because I remember doing that with the puffets. I can't remember, I think it was the Prince puffets I wanted before. Alright, and you have you for better farming. There was something I wanted the Prince puffets for in the past. Or was it I didn't want the Prince? Well, no. I have the normal puffets here. I'm talking way back in the day, like... I remember you'd get certain ones, you'd try and get certain variations and you wouldn't want other variations. The dense ones give you oxalite. Gotcha. So shippable air. You need one prince purple per stable for eggs or something? Yeah, I can't remember. Yep, so I'm gonna need like a water treatment area. That's our cook. Yeah, so irrigation. Why is there irrigation? Why don't I have any fresh water coming in? What has occurred? You are full. Why is my irrigation totally stopped? Right. That's right, because I had the design in this wasn't how it should be, where my reservoir is after my need, which is not what you want. Is there an easy way I can actually just reverse that? Because this is the water out, and that's the water in. Actually, it wouldn't be that hard to get that. All I need to do is pop you out here. Pop you out here. Run you behind there. Well, that bypasses. And then we would short circuit this straight on over. And that should be able to go both ways. Actually, there's no water in the line, so I can go ahead and just take it apart now, too. So deconstruct that water pipe. I can check in just a minute. Alright, so water comes this way, it'll go that, and it'll go to those. Water... Yeah, water follows this route, it hits this, and it should go through and go that way. Okay. Alright. So that means now this won't shut down when my water has a problem. So they're still cleaning stuff up. Carbon dioxide's building over there instead of up here. I mean, which makes sense. It's a deeper pocket. Okay. Once I start digging through that, we're gonna have problems. We'll have to start managing my temperatures. Because right now, my only thing producing any real heat is that, and it's not even that bad. But what I need to do is I need to set up some filters. Now, if I had a little bit of refined metal, I could do a liquid shutoff to, you know, filter the lines for stuff like this and just be done with it. But I don't have that yet. Like, all of these areas are very cold all over here. Oh, hey, 1 second. Go here. Eggs, where are you at? Don't put critter eggs in there for right now. Because I want those to hatch. Because then I can start sucking up the polluted oxygen, they'll make slime that I can put in here to make the algae, to start turning the carbon dioxide, yada yada yada. Because otherwise I'm going to have to make the thing that uses water to get the carbon dioxide stored, and that'll be a whole mess of stuff. Trying to decide what... Alright, what do you got for me this time? Thimble reed. 1 second. I need to remember... You're the... What? Like, I remember you give me the cloth or whatever. What I need to remember is what you need. So you just... Any type of atmosphere is just about fine. You're cool with that. And you need a lot of polluted water. Like, a lot of polluted water. Alright. Alright. So for right now, I have to decide. Yeah, so I need to decide between, do I want to put it on this side? Or do I want to put it on this side? Either one could work. I would need to make a farm for this, whereas I only need a bunch of them. Just a couple plants. Let's uproot one of these. No, let's not uproot. Let's just wait for them to go. Why haven't those not? Okay, you're still growing. Hmm. Because I can make this into like a mini farm for, well, I could just make a farm for them, where I would just take like some random place and... Alright. Because either way I can get the cloth and that can be useful. I think I'm going to put it over here. Yeah, we're going to take him here. I'm not ready to do anything with them, but this is where we'll grow them. Yeah, so our oxygen's all good. This is continuing to like gradually push down. Oh wow, you're actually reaching the point that you vacuumed up enough out of here. Empty pipe. Why is your pipe empty? Right. That's why your pipe's empty. So basically I need to introduce more polluted water to the system. Oh, I'll just turn that one on. I was hesitant because I didn't want to turn this one on because the cold water is so cold. I'm worried about crashing the temperature in our base because it's already cool in here. That I was worried running more of this water could potentially take our base to just being simply too cold. But this won't be as bad. And then plus I could drain this. Alright, good. The water temperature there should be coming down now. That should help us start bringing this back down. Yeah, the moment this starts getting around the system, that'll turn back on, and it'll fix our water problems. It is a bit of a concern that is, I don't really have a good way to get the water. Like, the closest I could come to getting the water to be able to bypass over would be to skip the water on the pollution side. But I think that's okay. What I should do, and I've been hesitant to do it, is automate that pump based on what's in these containers. Technically, this room should warm up a little. Okay. You have food there now. Go eat it. It was just-in-time food. There's just so much here. Alright, so it does seem like digging down into this biome is probably our best bet. I noticed the wall is very thin between those biomes, so it's gonna stay cool. And this also, no matter what I do, this is going to be a way that heat's gonna be able to sneak into my area. Or I should say cold. There's no avoiding that. I am gonna need heat sources. The good thing is making areas hot seems to be way, way easier than making them cold. You can just start running machinery. It'll get hot. Don't worry about it. The fact that it's still airlocked closed bothers me so much. Or still water sealed closed. Because I don't want this to hit like maximum pressure and just stay that way. Because I do need that gas coming out, but alright. What is that weird pocket? Tip of the water? Oh, my plan is to do that to see if it would push the water back out. Probably could have swept it, though. Is that becoming a vent straight up of heat? Not really. That's my expectation, is this would be just like a place that heat would rise. I wasn't too worried about it because my base is dealing out with getting too cold problems now, so it's like, yeah, a little heat won't hurt. It's all the heat that follows the little heat that's the problem. And it'll take long enough though. Yeah. The thing that's nice is I do have these, so if it does start to heat up, I'll just like double insulate. Try and put a vacuum between us. You can mine that for free iron, though. Yeah, that's I've got these minor volcanoes that I've been tempted to poke, but I know once I do, we're in for it. Once the volcano is unleashed, there's no putting it back. See the shiny formations? Yeah, that's iron. Like, I don't mind mining all this out, that's fine. Okay, let's worry about the other side. Because they're running around right now, they're stashing stuff, they're starting to get food in here. Just kind of letting them catch up with the cleanup so not everything shows as, like, hideously ugly. Is still refined metal? Yep. Or unless you were saying don't dig down to the volcano until you have steel. All right. All right. So what other rooms do I want to try and build here right away? I guess I'm deliberately leaving as much of the abyssal just in place as insulation. Because right now I got a good temperature. Once I start poking through, I have to worry about really cold and then really hot. Part of me is tempted to just punch right through and let them start working it, because it looks like all the refined metal is down here. But that will start to kill this biome. And I'm gonna have to try and do what I can with the wart. And use that as my cooling mechanism. I need to figure out what that carbon dioxide got, because I just don't remember what it is. Let's start by punching through here. Punch through over here. Because it's not as bad of an unmitigated disaster as going straight into the ice biomes. Go right up to the edge of the abyssalite. Now I can do that. That abyssalite's really thick there, so I'm not too worried about it. Oh, good. You're slowly converting the two different ones to be clean water and dirty water. Not converting, separating them. How you doing on skills? Anyone here got new skills? What about you? Supplying. You have supplying and doctoring. We'll give you operating as well. You're not taking more skills. Supplying. And you're not taking more skills. We got the point saved if we want. Alright, so I had to do it 2 seconds too early. Nutrient bars. Yeah, sure. I'll take instant food. Why are you not going up? Why are you not going up? Did you trap yourself? Is that what's happened here? Please? Please? Stop building the one below you. Build the one above you. I literally haven't said... Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be... That's gonna be a lot of management of heat to deal with. Alright, food's all good here. Why why did that turn off? Oh, we probably lost power for a second. That's fine. I was like, why did those turn off? Because I have a sensor here for if it gets too hot to turn those off to just cut a little bit of heat out from here. That's not been an issue. We've been getting too cold. Alright, disable the building so we don't overwhelm that again. That's all good. We still breathing? We are still breathing. The oxygen is really good inside our building. Most of the area above our building is getting pretty solid. This area is basically got no meaningful air. Why do you have so much polluted water at the bottom of your base? Oh, this little pool? I mean, that's just what was there. All this is because I haven't dealt with it. Like, all that's like just I haven't done it. Most of them anyway. A few stopped breathing a while back. Yeah. But that's because they went off to do stuff by themselves in places they couldn't get back from. Okay, so there's the oil reservoir. And there's the slicksters. Colony achievement has been managed. Slick. Enter the oil biome for the first time. I guess they're considering me having entered the oil biome even though I haven't actually entered the oil. Why? Why do you insist on living the life the way you do? How did you do that? What do you do here? You agriculture. You deserve it. I don't feel guilty at all. They deserve it. I'm not going to babysit them every moment of their life. If they want to just huck themselves into the abyss, that's fine. Alright, so there's a new opening at the new colony. If anyone's looking for a place to stay. The air sucks, as a warning. Was that Mia? I don't think it was Mia. Nah, or sorry, May. No, that was one we brought into the gate. Did you at least make out a granite? Oh, absolutely not. Are you kidding? Have you seen the price of granite these days? Actually, I have no idea what I made it out of. Just sedimentary rock. I mean, earlier I was gonna put it in like in the poo pit in one place. It's like, you know what? You've earned this. You don't get to have nice things. I don't. This is a brand new place. Darson, you'll notice the clean water situation and its lack of existence. Now, if you go to my other base, though, it's got a proper bathroom. Man, it's a new location, so I have no good water. That's not water, that's ethanol. Yeah, so that's 160. So there's the oil reservoir. There's another oil reservoir. I never played to the point of having two bases. Yeah, so different planets have different biomes. So you'll notice all of the air is horrendously awful in here. That's basically this biome. Like everything is off-gassing polluted oxygen. So it's just gonna take me a little while to get this to not be a god-awful nightmare. It's also interesting because temperature-wise, this is fine, but it's cold all around me. So I'm actually gonna have to worry about trying to keep the place cool or keep the place warm. As you can see, it's already imposing. But that cold immediately goes into ridiculously hot. I'm gonna make the tiniest little incision there. When I'm able. Let that start balancing out a little bit. And then I'm gonna have to have like a proper way of mitigating heat and cold. What are you? What kind of seed are you? Unique plants with large amounts of salt balance. Those water balance. Yada yada. What do you even make? You need a supply of chlorine in a chlorine environment and sand. But you make chlorine? It makes salt. That's what it does. It makes salt. Yeah, exactly. They eat chlorine. Well, that's the thing. It's like it eats chlorine, but it also had like as an output. I'm like, what? Yeah. Yeah. So it makes salt. I'm not that interested in that right now. What temperature is the biome below you? So we have one really hot biome in the middle, and then below you, it gets slightly less awful hot and really cold. Those can you can use if you wanted to use rust to make O2. Yep. I mean, right now, I have plenty of things that if I actually just rip out half the stuff that's off-gassing polluted air, I could theoretically slowly just clean the polluted air. We just gotta mine it all. If we mine all of it, and we clean it all, then it won't be awful off-gassing everywhere. For the record, that's a ridiculous amount of stuff I'd have to do that for. What I want is the pufflets to hatch. They're almost done. That's what I do in this biome. Core out the place. That's what I was thinking. Alright, Crow, you take a good one. That's the thing, it's just like core it out. Why pufflets? They breathe polluted oxygen, and they gave me eggs for free. And then they can give me slime, and I can take that slime and put it in this. And I can take the algae that comes out of this, and I can put it in that. And it'll give me more polluted water. Since I have horrible, horrible air to begin with. And then when the air stops being horrible, they'll all die. And then I will eat them. No, they won't die. Well, I mean, they'll stop making slime. That's the key thing, is they'll stop making slime. And by then I should have, like, water and everything set up. They will turn into dense pufflets. I am not even familiar with the dense pufflet. Is that a new thing? No, the algae won't clean the air, but it will make air. It'll turn carbon dioxide into oxygen. Friends pufflet, squeaky pufflet, dense pufflet. It takes oxygen mixed into oxalate. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, an oxifern? Yes. Sold. I don't remember what you need. So you need carbon dioxide, and you need Dirt and water. Well, I can't do anything with you yet. But when I have water, I am coming to the realization I don't know if I have something that becomes an infinite supply of water here. How do I get more water here? Because I don't have any geysers that are the only geysers I have is the carbon dioxide, the crude oil. Oil does eventually. Okay. So I can like process it 2 or 3 thing. Send water from the other planet. Those mentioned bathroom equals infinite water. Well, right, but I have stuff like this that brings new water into this, like takes water out of the system. And you have the oxylighters and all that, which also take water out of the system. So like the bathrooms and all that recycle their water, but I need net new additional water. Or I need to not use anything that uses water. Ah, gotcha, that's true. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. That the natural gas, the petroleum, and a couple of the other ones, they have the byproduct of dirty water. Now we're burning off your petroleum here? No, I got you. Well, I could turn the petroleum into plastic here and power it here. So I use the petroleum to both make the plastic and fuel it and become a source of water all in the same location. It still might not be enough, but it means at least some return on it. How bad is the cold air getting in here? The cold air is seeping in, but I'm actually kind of letting it, because like I said, you punch through here. My expectation is this is going to continue to gain heat. And then we can use this as kind of like, this is bringing the cold in, that's bringing the heat in. Equalize it as best we can. Nearly impenetrable. I see. Just give it more surface area. That's the thing I'm dealing with right now, is waiting for our mining person to be better. And now they can. Alright. So let's see what the CO2 does temperature-wise. I can't remember if it's a hot or a cold thing. Because depending on that, I'm going to approach entirely different. Okay, now you can take that part and you'll be able to go back. It's liquid CO2? Oh, then that should be cold as heck. Okay. If it's liquid CO2, I can genuinely dump it down in there. But... oh, you're still growing. That is unfortunate. I apparently need more grow space. Oh good, the puffets are born. Is there anything I can chop up real fast for some food? Oh yeah, I can make mush bars. I don't have water. I cannot make mush bars. That's fine. There's an easy solution to this problem. Hey, Ren, you're hungry, right? Go get some food at the other colony. And then come right back, alright, buddy? Ren can get themselves a meal. Oh, you two... Oh, no, it's still just Ren. Hey, stop stopping to breathe. Did you actually eat it? Oh, was it like literally in his hands and it decayed to non-existent? Could you finish? Or it was just a crumb? Yeah. Wow, seriously, how long are you gonna eat that? Okay. And with that done, go home. Are you taking the oxygen mask? Ren. Oh, there's oxygen masks there. Okay, so teleport you back out of here. Meanwhile, I need to go to this table. Worn oxygen masks do forever. Yeah, now I've made 7 of them to begin with. Meanwhile, unequipped suit. So we found a non-dupe teleporter in the second plant? Yeah, we have that up there for teleporting materials back and forth. Which we'll get there. So how cold do you come out? Minus 67 degrees Fahrenheit. That would solidly qualify as very, very cold. I didn't think that through. So I'm deliberately putting all this really cold liquid down here because if I give it a bunch of surface area, it should exchange heat much faster. Okay, so what I want to do is before this gets too out of control, I'm gonna go in here, insulate all that. Because it seems like that's gonna be our means of keeping the temperature managed. Oh yeah, I should rescue you, shouldn't I? There isn't really a good way to do that. Well, I mean, that's already going to be leaking temperature in here, so let's pop those two. Put a ladder here. Starvation. There is food. Actually, let's make that 6, not 7. I want them to start picking that up so it's not off-gassing nearly as much. Nothing's gonna make that much of a difference. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see the ethanol here is very quickly gaining temperature. Well, I mean, quickly considering the amount that we're trying to exchange. Now, the abyssal should still insulate us really well. So we shouldn't have to worry about too much about the temperature getting through the abyssal. I mean, actually, it's doing okay. I need more insulation here than I have. But I'm actually not as worried about getting too cold, because usually with too cold, all you do is just put some manufacturing inside your place and you stop having to worry about being too cold. Because remember, that used to be the thing when I had first played, was people like to play on the ice planet because it was so much easier to set up your manufacturing and all that. Be a lost cause, but I'm going to do it anyways. Alright, so we got a big pile of sand. But as much as I want that, I need the agriculture person to try and recover our farm. I'm going to need to expand that farm is the thing I'm also learning. Very clearly, it's not enough of a farm to handle it. Which isn't surprising, it's not a very big farm. I guess let's make a second farm right down here, and it'll be inefficient because they'll have to run back and forth the whole way. But you know what? That's a them problem, not a me problem. It's actually a me problem because I have to take care of them, but I can pretend. Now, if do you profit do it that way, so we can cut it across here. Cool. And the tiny little lone oxidizer that's going to try its darndest to clean all of the air here. And by that I mean it's going to make like a little pocket of clean air, and that's about it. It's definitely not even going to be remotely adequate. At what point does the ethanol evaporate? Oh, that doesn't evaporate till you get pretty hot. That's okay. I'm also a little concerned if I start using the liquid carbon dioxide to cool this off. I have a bad feeling that carbon dioxide in liquid form, when it evaporates, probably expands a lot. That is probably an air pressure nightmare waiting to happen. It doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. It does mean it is a concern, though. I also like that there's this whole security setup, and I can just drill a hole through the top and just walk in. Speaking of that, let's get rid of all that stuff that's off-gassing down there. I do have a bunch of stuff here that's still off-gassing. I believe I can get the thing where I can squish mud into different materials. How much of a load do you have? You still have 275 left. Let's take 2 seconds. Gotcha. Let's take 2 seconds real fast and look at refinement. And the big sludge press. 120. Okay. Just wedge it in right there. They got that. And the power cable. Alright, because that'll let me start taking all that mud and turning it into other things. We are going to run into problems with the size of our reservoir. I'm going to end up needing to build water storage to put stuff in. And I don't know where I'm going to locate that. More than likely up here somewhere. Hey, look. Actual breathable, not polluted oxygen. The dream is happening. It's going to take a long time to fix. Just all that stuff off-gassing everywhere. Alright. So, polluted mud to polluted dirt and polluted water. Just keep on doing it. Wait, 1 second. Don't do that one. Never do that one. Do the other one. Later on, we'll do the one that we separate mud to whatever. Oh, the other thing I need for refinement, now I think about it, is I need to... Where is it? Need a compost pile. Alright, so we're going to slowly try and get all that cleared up. Oh no, not 15.59007th of a seed. That'd be a whole problem. Let's check back in the other one. Things seem to be doing mostly okay. We have one person here who's pretty stressed out. Why, Rongar, are you so stressed? Sopping wet is the main negative. Okay, and how are you doing temperature-wise? Still going up. That's still going up as well. It shouldn't be. Because the warmest water should be going right out the side here. That's a problem. Let's see. We can try to insulate that a little bit. Actually, before you put those ones in. Try and insulate it even more. Keep this ice biome a bit better intact. It's not gonna be perfect, but we'll do what we can. Alright. So we can get iron. Alright, so that's actually gonna be an easy choice. We're going over here because this means refined metal here. Boom, iron, done. Alright, what was it I wanted earlier that I didn't have refined metal for? It was something in one of these sets here. Was it power? Right, it was the liquid filter. Because if I could do the liquid shutoff, I could literally just route, you know, gross water here, the other water there. I don't think I'm actually going to worry about that now. There's probably better things I can use that for. We'll worry about it when we get there. The point is, I wanted iron here, and now I have iron here. The next big thing I need to do is find a place to put the water sieve. Yeah, just as I thought. So I can't put it there. So that to be up here. Yeah, just need to get a little bit farther and we'll be able to build that. And build the water sieve up here. As far as plumbing goes, we can pop it over here. It's a shame that's going right across the top of that. We'll deal with that. That's fine. We can go ahead and put a valve right there. Oh, I can't put that in a liquid bridge, can I? That's fine. We'll just go one tile farther. Consider it a budget buffer. Now you have a load on your network of 845, so you got about 150-ish left. How much do you use water sieve? $120. We can wire that in, and that'll be basically the limit of what this grid can handle. May's starving. There's no food. That's fine. Hey, May. Wanna go take a vacation? Go get yourself some food, and return your gas mask. What is that? Oxygen. Fair enough. Once May's left, I'll send her back. Okay, so now I can go here and say May. And send her home. Every once in a while, I gotta visit the other colony. Grab yourself a bite to eat. Oh, you need a ladder that goes farther, don't you? Alright. Yep, so the algae thing was working up into the point where it backed up. So really soon... Okay, so new plan. Those are basically in good shape, so disable the auto bottle. Might be able to get the one square of polluted water out of there. And that's fine. And just like that, we got the polluted water out of the system. Okay, so the puffs have grown up. Okay, so should be good shape here as well. We're getting that all mined out. We still have to get all this mined out. They weren't doing it because that ladder wasn't long enough. We now have the water sieve doing its thing, so it's going to start taking some of this polluted water and making it into not polluted water. Which would be good because that'll help start taking stuff out of this reservoir. Which then allow the algae distillery to go back online. And slowly the ethanol is getting hot, which is not at all surprising. It is kind of the intent is to try and dump... Actually, the whole thing of ethanol has gotten really hot. That's interesting. Just the rate, because it's liquid, it's transmitting heat between itself really well. Whereas the carbon dioxide is not... It's like kind of bouncing around temperature-wise. Once I honestly get this insulation, I'm gonna cut this carbon dioxide geyser loose. Because I fear the heat way more than I fear the cold. Like, so far, this is mostly keeping a good temperature. But you notice some of these machines are making heat of their own. That should help us out. Worst case over here, like I said, I'll just put stuff to make a little bit of heat here. It's not that big a deal. Trying to think of the best way, because no matter how I do this, I'm dumping a bunch of water on my head. I'm not excited about it. Watching kind of tickles me to get back into this game. I've been getting a lot of that, actually. I'm just like, oh man, watching you play has really made me want to play again. It's like, cool. That's actually one of the reasons why sponsors pay streamers to play games. For the record, we're not sponsored for this, just to be clear. But it is supporting the reason why sponsors pay streamers to play games, is because people tune in like, man, that looks like you're having fun. Or, I remember having fun with that. You know, I'm going to leave those two alone. Just so our characters doesn't, you know, dump themselves in there. Alright, so none of that should leak. Eventually this polluted mud will collapse. But it should be okay because it should dump it into our polluted side. So Ren is starving. Those are about to pop up, so I think we're okay there. Because what's going to end up happening is that should pop up in just a minute. Are you keeping so much space around the ladder so you can place fireman pole there? Well, there's that, and so that the air can flow up and down easier. If you make it way too narrow. Yes, the mud collapsed immediately, which... well, that's gonna overflow. Alright, so... Ren? Oh! I didn't even realize it has a recharging to it. Welp, I hope that stuff grows, because... So the ladders don't obstruct airflow, to be clear. They don't obstruct it. It's just that if you have a hallway that's one wide, it's very, like, right here, the rate that stuff can flow through that little area is very, very negligible. Versus this, it can flow much faster. So it's not the ladder, it's just how narrow the hallway is. So good news is I managed to spare us from having all the poo water, well, gross water, spill over into our freshwater reservoir. I'm probably gonna have people die here soon. Oh, I forgot. You need to be on a different schedule, don't you? So May's on this schedule. Yep, that's fine. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have food, would you? I mean, I could live with copper. Not the food I wanted. But I can live with it. We're only a couple tiles from bringing this online. It's just the fact that they need materials to build these, and then someone to actually do the building part. Okay. So they got last minute food. Yeah, so it's gonna take a little bit to get that sorted. So the good news is you're starting to see some what looks like actual reasonable air in here. And it won't be, like, it'll be a little bit longer, but then I'll be able to start getting rid of these, putting in, like, put a pump in here to feed proper toilets and everything. We're not quite to that point, but we'll get there. Why did you lay down there? You got 4 bedrooms. Yay, we got superheated foraging. Okay. Go ahead and mine this whole row, and that row to there, and that to there. And then we'll pick away at this one tile at a time. Because that should be safe. So natural gas and the hydrogen are all good. That's all fine. Ooh, what are you that's almost full? Our hydrogen is almost maxed out. So we could definitely bring on another hydrogen generator. Please finish building that. I can lock that open. And that open. I need them to finish that. Because they're going to have food problems until they up the scale on this. We're going to be using way more wire than I'm comfortable using. Alright, all I need to do is finish the pipe. I don't even care about the rest of it. As long as I get the pipe done, we'll be good. Oh, where did you come from? Must have fallen from up here. Alright, so things are coming along here pretty well. We're going to be getting the second farm online. The food has been really sketchy in the meantime. There we go. And just like that, we've got them all online finally. So that should definitely be enough food once they actually harvest. So we might have one more sketchy time before these, like where these are done but these aren't, that they might get close to starvation. But after that, we should be in pretty good shape. Okay, gotta be careful that I don't wanna go up here because this is crushed ice that's going to thaw. And so while this does have atmosphere trapped in it, some of the stuff like is gonna melt and punch holes. I don't want to go too far up here. But I do want to go up enough to get rid of this polluted dirt as best we can. And the polluted mud. Clear out as much as that as we can. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I think first is actually the higher priority. Let's get that sealed up. Now we start playing the game of introducing really cold things to really hot things and trying to get out of the way. Alright, have any of our skills gone up for this team? So the away team, no. Rowan? I think we leave Rowan just the way they are. Otto can pick up operating. Joshua, data analysis. You're done for now. You can afford operating. Eventually I'll definitely want to do ranching, but we're not there yet. So what do you need to be happy, Slickster? I don't remember. So you need relatively warm, like actually just plain warm areas. And you turn carbon dioxide into crude oil. Fair enough. Pressure. Oh, the air pressure down there is way too low. I see. We have insufficient oxygen production. That's interesting. This one's still complaining, and that's just because it goes back and forth in that one. Oh, the air plant literally doesn't even have a complaint now. Okay, that's cooling off again, so that's good. Okay, so we are finally cooling off again. Because that was up to almost 24, and it's slowly coming back down. And a big part of that is this is finally going down from being almost 20 degrees as well. And almost all of our gases are maxed out with the exception of probably natural gas. Yeah, natural gas and oxygen are the only ones we're not maxed out on anymore. Which is curious. Yeah, it's disabled due to automation. That's disabled due to pipe block. No, yeah, it's not going good. Sweep up the water that got in there. Probably melting ice from up here. That's turning on and off to deal with the pressure. Okay. Delete that one tile. And you have puppet eggs over here as well. But what we're going to do instead is we're going to go back over to the other colony. And even more puppets. Wind gained a skill for farming. Alright, so things are going pretty good. So we need filtration medium, at which point it appears we are completely out. Because it would appear I don't have a source of sand around here. And that stopped running because the pipe's blocked, and that stopped running because the pipe's blocked. We'll get there. Okay, we got one more spot to put insulated. Okay. So, now that I've got that sealed off, it doesn't look like the cold's permeating too much into my area. I got like little spots that's going to be a problem eventually, but we'll probably be producing enough heat to make up for it. So I think it's time to make bad decisions. So we're going to get the liquid carbon dioxide dumping in here to combine with what we've got down here and start dealing with all that. In the meantime, we'll just keep on drilling right in here. With the intent of just getting as many of these geysers, because I think it's a whole thing I have to put on here, right? Was it under refinement? It wasn't a refinery. There's something I had to actually do to make those produce oil. Oil well. Let's see. Extracts crude oil by using clean water. Must be built on top of it. Has 240 power requirement. Decent amount of heat output. Overheat temperature is absurdly high. Water pumped into the oil reservoir cannot be recovered. Right. Okay, so that becomes a whole thing. So that's where I'm going to need water. Like a proper source of water. I guess that's getting deep enough. We're gonna need this anyway, so we'll put the liquid pump here. Gonna build 2 toilets. Because I want to say the pipes hurt beauty or whatever. Okay, now I'm gonna put showers in or whatever. So actually cancel here. Don't put that there. Alright, so you have to be careful on how much I let go down here. And we'll go to utilities, oil well, we'll plunk it down on there. And we'll end up using petroleum power for that, I think. Because that'll give us some water. Alright, so the next thing is I do want to then have this go over here, up here. Have it bridged up. Go up here, go this way. We cut across the entire room. I don't care about how this place looks. Trying to look at, because I can't remember if the sinks and showers. I know the showers have a different height. You know what? The bathroom can look like a total dive. I don't care. We get those hooked up, tear that out. Get the next thing. Alright, so I need a way that I can disrupt this. That won't work with a bridge. I'm not sure what part. So, this should be in out there. Oh, I mean, there's no bridge here. Hang on. Alright, so the water should go up here. It'll go that way or that way. And you go up this way and go through here. I mean, that pipe doesn't go anywhere. Then this is an outtake. So it just kind of goes there. Right. Well, no, shouldn't it still feed into this? As long as it's got a process? Like, as long as there's room here, that should feed into that, be turned into good water, and go this way. As long as... Well, I forgot. I've run out of filtration material. Yeah, so we got a problem with that. I need that to still have a path out. Right now, we'll just leave it. Those toilets will be available when they are, and when they're not, they're not. I'll just leave the other ones in place for the time being. But yeah, no, that's gonna have problems. The bathroom drain might try to go down while the pump is trying to go up. I see. And that should solve that problem. Basically, we're making it a one-way system now. The big concern is that I don't have a filtration medium. And I am noticing an absence of sand nearby, which was not something I was expecting. So you shouldn't be starting. There's 103,000 calories there. And how are you doing so far as that? No meaningful temperature, pressure coming from there. The temperature here just keeps going down. It was at the start like 130, and now it's down to about 90. Just gonna keep letting it do its thing. It's also cooling off this area, which doesn't look like it, but this whole area used to be dark red because of the geyser, which you've isolated. Alright, so here's the thing we had one more time that food is going to be on its last limb. Hopefully that's ready in time. If we start to see Quinn losing life from starvation, we can jump back with the teleporter. And go with that. Okay. So, one thing we're going to need to do is deconstruct that from being over there. Put that joker right there. Suffocating. That's just because you went down so far. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is we're gonna put together like super duper cold things and super duper hot. I mean, actually, the ethanol hasn't been cold in a long time. The ethanol is actually getting really, really hot. Game? There you go. Okay. What's this game about? It's a colony survival game. But basically you're teleported into an asteroid and you have to survive. So it has stuff like you have to worry about your air, so like this light blue is nice breathable oxygen. This is carbon dioxide. You know, all that stuff. You've got temperature to deal with, where it has to be either can't be too hot, can't be too cold. But it's got all the stuff going on. Alright, let's go to our other base. Make sure it's doing alright. So we got our breathable air here, all the area that's not in my breathable area. Base is a little on the cool side, but doing alright. Surprised that area is so hot. But that's fine. This area being hot's no surprise. Okay, those systems are all going good. The same person, still Quinn. Alright, Quinn, buddy. The others got to go on vacation. It's your turn to take a vacation. Time to go teleport you back to main base. But yeah, it's just another colony survival style game. But you launch rockets in between it. Like right now I have a teleporter between two different asteroids. But it's actually, it can be a pretty rough game at times. Because like you can see, for example, with the temperature here, where I have like a little bit of heat kind of encroaching in this area, it's really easy to lose track of things until they get like really severe. So there's a lot of juggling and balancing. Okay, so Quinn is eaten. Alright, Quinn. Time to go home, buddy. You got to visit the main colony for a quick snacky snack. That's where it's gonna stop. Where are you, Quinn? There you are. Okay, now we got that food. This food's gonna come in here in a minute. That doesn't have power. Which isn't a huge priority right now. I don't care that those are hooked up or not. Until this is hooked up, that's the point of that. What I might even try and do is I might even try and see if I can hook up the petroleum pump to the liquid, like to the water pump for the petroleum, and try and make it its own network within itself. And that should produce a lot of heat. So if I put it down here, I should be okay, because if it gets too hot, I just open the door. If it gets too cold, I close the door. Now, the downside is the pressure in here is probably going to get completely unreasonable. But I'm not super worried about that. Because worst case, I cut a tunnel down in from space. Isn't it like 140? No, 173 is when the liquid ethanol will become gaseous ethanol. That's interesting. It's got the granite here, which I can absolutely mine. There's something down there? No. This is probably the edge of the map, or there'll be like lava beneath it, or just a spot I can't mine. Well, that's smooth. Just start sawing that wider so you don't have to run as far in the liquid. Okay, so I took apart that. So that means I can go oxygen here. Let's see, I feel like the sides at the bottom of the map. I feel like the sides and bottom of the map are just like the top of the map. It reinforces the idea that you're on an asteroid. Yeah, I mean it's probably not that way for a practical reason. Man, I wouldn't have a problem if it's like, you know, as a more squarish map, and then you had to like watch all the sides. Because it'd also be interesting to like make a platform out of the side of your asteroid for your rocket or something. That's interesting that you're still underwater there. Okay. Though they should make it so that you can build stuff sideways then, ideally. Yep. Well, I mean, if you're talking about, like, making up a different direction and all that, I probably wouldn't bother with that, because even though, sure, there's a certain amount of sense it would make, it'd be such a hassle to deal with. Okay, so you also need a fridge. I think I recall the fridge taking a decent amount of power. $120 watts. You don't have 120 watts to spare. We're not going to use that thing anymore. If I do end up getting more filtration medium, we're definitely just going to use it for that. Oh, right. I need algae to... Yeah, right. Yeah, we need the algae to get those started. That's fine. High stress. I can imagine. Why so stressed? Why not relax a little? Alright, so you have hazard digging. We'll get one of them to be able to do kitchen so they can make the food slightly less awful. Because now we're actually starting to get some decent calories here. Then I get the algae stuff going. We can start turning all this carbon dioxide into oxygen. Yeah, the air's a huge problem down here. I thought you were supposed to be liquid. Okay. It's a... Gotcha. So it's the right temperature, but it's warming up. Alright, so what we can actually do... is I probably need to put some storage in here. For the gross water. It'd be nice to put it in front of that in the series, but I don't want to cut through all that. It's fine for right now. Almost through. That's continuing to get hotter and hotter. So, the big problem we're running into is that air pressure is getting way too high. And that's even before we're putting things together and causing, you know, explosive expansion. Yeah, they're not able to get anything done because they're getting stuck at this door and all that. I wish I could know which way was up and down with that. We're going to disable that door for a little bit. Because I need to come up with some solutions to some of these problems. One thing is I want to get this out of here. So we'll put a pump jack here. It will disable that one. So they'll start pulling whatever gross water needs they have from there. Actually, we can just make it pump it a little bit by hand as it goes, little by little, horribly inefficiently. The thing I don't know is where I'm gonna get. I mean, I probably have to ship it over. We can get up here. I don't really want to pierce this area, but I think we just do it. We're gonna get more filtration medium as well. I don't think piercing this is gonna be good. But I think what's gonna happen here is there's gonna be at least one tile that ends up poking through into space, and then suddenly stress vomiting. That's fine. Go for it, buddy. Get all out of your system. Could you stop stress vomiting, please? Wait a second. Stress vomiting is creating net new liquid in our world. We've cracked the code in the most upsetting way possible. Oh, well, that was mud collapsing. That's overflowing. Well, that is just an unmitigated disaster. And the worst thing is, I don't really have a way to make it better. Because I don't have filtration medium. Which is why I'm trying to get up here, by the way. I'm hoping this or some other way I'll be able to start teleporting material over. What do you do? A sweetie larva. What does a sweetie larva do for me? I guess the sweet ol. It turns sulfur into sucrose. And then the other variations turn sulfur and sucrose into mud. Okay, sucrose, not sucrose, sucrose. Well, I don't really have need for that. But I'm gonna take it because we can eat it. Alright, so there's gonna be a bit of a problem because we do have fresh water in there. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's up to 8.2k. I wonder if it would be a viable strategy for me to effectively make a tunnel into space that I could then just open up a door, dump all the extra carbon dioxide into to get it out of here. The problem is it means I'm gonna have to like cut through all of these biomes. You cut across here and up here. That's a teleporter input. That's actually really easy to reach. I should have just done that from the beginning. Okay. There's a bunch of mud there that collapsed. Alright. Getting up to 10 kilograms. I vaguely remember seeing it go up to like 40 or 50 kilograms when I first played this. Can't remember what I did to do it, but then like the blocks themselves started to fail from the pressure. They hit whatever their limit was. Things still seem to be going mostly okay over here. You're even colder now. You're doing great. That's all fine. It's almost entirely like just me working on the other location now. This is basically stable and I'm ignoring it. Huh. What? Oh, right. That's right. I was getting rid of this. I was like, why did you run dry? I was getting rid of it, so I disconnected it, just waiting for them to catch up. And eventually I'll just move the thing... Well, actually, just go ahead and put it down there already. Where are you? Eventually I'll just move that down there. Just let them start working on that for where they pull their water from. Then tear that apart. I don't even remember what I was going to put here, to be honest. I was going to put something there. Alright, Maze gained a skill. Okay, so you got decorating and supplying. I'm going to give you cooking so that someone over there can cook. Hey, Rhetorical. Only's going real well. We moved on to having our second location that we're working on. It's a thing. Oh, let's lock that open. You don't need to be opening and closing. Okay. That actually was, now I think about it, this wouldn't be a bad design for an airlock to have it go down like that. Just so far as like water couldn't go up and, flow up and under. Because I'm pretty sure the water in this game does not obey physics. Defrost Friend. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to pull it off, but we'll see. Can I disassemble that? Yeah, we can disassemble that. Get it out of here. Lacks a demolition skill. Alright. Yeah, so we got more than enough polluted water. Wait, what was going on with you? Oh, you're out of power. Because we're out of coal. And you're slightly larger. Hydraulic is, or hydrogen is slightly larger than a coal one. Let's check power. Because hydrogen is slightly too big. Which means I have to deconstruct that, move it over one tile, then move it back. It's fine. What were you complaining about over here? You're telling me that your oxygen production is also not good. Oh, right, they can't even get to the door, so that's fine. I was about to say, like, don't do it now. So we need to solve the issue of oxygen over here. So I believe we've been digging up some rust here? Yes. So try to remember what I need for the oxygen generation that uses rust. Rust deoxide requires salt and rust, so I don't have salt available. I don't have what I need for that. That's sitting here. Oh no, I should have oxygen just fine. It's at max air pressure. The issue I've got is I had all this carbon dioxide coming in and I can't get rid of it because that is underwater, so I can't turn the slime into algae. What? How are you working on that? But this is using up our polluted water. So I need to get a bunch of this out of here. So I need storage. I need liquid storage. I keep putting it off. I need liquid storage. But first, I need to get back over here and deal with this. Okay, so power. Hydrogen. And then smart battery. Where are you at? Smart battery. Power. And I believe I'm going to have to amp up the power, or amp up the cable and add a transformer or two or something. I'm going to have to figure that out. I haven't done much of the transformers in the game, so there's going to be some learn in there. Oh, actually, I need to do... And then on top of that, we need to go to gas vents. Yay, research complete. Radiation protection. Because little by little, we're doing all the radiation. I know, I know. Stop whining about it. I assume one of the plants you run into is going to be, like, horrifically awful with radiation, that's going to be necessary. Like, you'll have just, like, deposits of uranium. I haven't even looked at radiation on this planet. Yeah, so we got the Whizwarts, and that's about it. Which is a decent amount of radiation. But I'm assuming there's going to be a planet that's, like, full of uranium or something that's just awful to deal with. We're getting this really weird pocket that's letting me continue to do this. One has a radioactive core, you think? I mean, that would check out. Alright, so what we're going to do... I know how we're going to do this. We're going to go up here, and right above this, get a platform. You can put liquid storage. And above that, there's going to be a platform. There's going to be liquid storage. Gonna mine out those tiles. Got some good for me? A plug slug. Sure. I go here. We go plumbing. Hey, King Karma, how's it going? And then we'll have this connected to this. And then that'll be connected there. That'll be fine for now. It'll just be a thing that's going to absorb a whole bunch of the water. But I can live with that for now. That is a not solution for the time being. It makes it a solution I can deal with later. Okay, so I could barely exceed the load of that grid. That's fine. I live with that. I'll take that so low is considered 10%. Just so it doesn't turn stuff off. And deprioritize that a great deal. I get it. You're like, breathability, breathability, breathability. It's fine. Wait, doesn't that cycle... Wasn't that just cycle dirty water then? Yeah, I'm literally just trying to dump the dirty water in here because it's overwhelming down here, and I need to get it out. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get the dirty water to not overwhelm this so I can use the slime thing to make the algae, so I can put the algae down here and turn this into oxygen. Just a billion things I gotta do. Alright, oh, that makes it so... You know what I could do? So I was sitting there going, oh, I could just make a place that vents out there. I can literally just stick a pipe going out into space. That's what I could do. I could just, like, literally take a pipe. When the pressure gets over a certain amount and it's carbon dioxide, take this pipe and just open the vent. Or open the shutoff valve down here or whatever. And then it'll just dump our excess carbon dioxide into space. Because now that it's at 14 kilograms of carbon dioxide, it's getting to be a concern. Getting to be a real big concern. Okay. So how do I do this without killing myself? That is the question. One thing I can do, first and foremost, is deconstruct those. We're going to make that an airlock. We are going to lose some oxygen and that kind of stuff, but, you know. Oh, right. Because this will work out perfectly. I could set up the whole thing, not even expose myself to the vacuum, because we still have snow and all that blocking it. So now I'd set ourselves up to the vacuum. Just literally put the vent out here. Yeah, I can just literally put the vent out here. Here, I don't even need to... I don't even need to get rid of that spot. Mind this spot. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We can put the vent up here. I don't have refined metal. No, I do have refined metal. I do have refined metal. I don't have much refined metal. Okay, so put the vent here. And I'm gonna make it a manual toggle if I have to. We'll just make it a manual toggle. It's fine. I believe I can make a manual switch. Yeah, a signal switch. That I can flip the switch and say, purge the atmosphere. You don't need refined for normal vents, do you? No. It's for the automatic wire. I believe I need. Yeah, this is what I need the refined metal for is the automation. The vent's fine. Okay. And yeah, I can actually use... I don't even need... Wait, I don't even need the automation up here. Stop the automation up here. I don't need the automation up here. Automation can stay... We just literally just need the vent there. I'll put an air duct. And what I can do is I can put a switch down here that just checks to see if the pressure's over a certain amount. If so, turn on an air pump and start pumping it out. Evacuate the tunnel. Like, you didn't even put it up here. Like, not like... I have options. That's where all this is going. I have options. So you can put the petroleum generator up here somewhere. It'll help counteract where we're going to be getting the cold air in here. So wire blueprint under there. Thank you. Please just build it. Because then I don't even need to vent it off into space yet. Oh, but I will need to poke a little hole right there. So that's got space exposure. And I believe snow falls. All of that has to have space exposure. I don't know how bad it is for a dupe in this situation to, like, just poke a hole in space and try and run away. I have a feeling it's bad. Everything makes me want to say that's probably bad. Because the idea is I would poke all the way up to the snow, and then naturally the snow would melt over a period of time, thereby exposing this whole area to space. Yeah, no, I get that doesn't explosively decompress. I'm just not sure how awful it gets. Oh, so you're gonna need tiles there to run to. I'd really like you to work. What are you working on, by the way? You're not working on this because I locked the door. Oh, right. The whole water, or the whole other thing. Use the one. I like to do it. Who would I regret getting hurt the most? That one. That's the one that's going for it. So that's emitting polluted thing. So that's not gonna melt. Okay. Oh, we're probably on like 4 or 5 excavators. Because this colony I lost one on here. And then the other one I must have lost like 2 or 3 of them. Because they kept trapping themselves. Which suddenly makes me realize, okay. Mine out those 2. Actually, you can do that safely. Without trapping yourself. Now run back. Hop on that. Do not jump. No, no, no. Okay. Do not jump down. Once they've deleted that block. Okay. I feel a lot better that they're not going to immediately kill themselves. You can delete those 2 tiles, and you'll be safe. Then we'll do the next 2 tiles, and then we'll start hacking this apart again. I just need where I don't have to babysit them the whole time. What are you doing? Oh, that's right. I don't have a dedicated construction person here. So they're running around, like, one's busy farming the whole time. The other one's spending a lot of time cooking, which, fair enough. Right. Who are my people here? What are your skills? So you have construction and machinery, machinery excavation. So construction and machinery. Can you pump bad gases into space? Yes. You can just, huck gas into space. It's actually one of the things that can get you in trouble is if you don't realize you poked a hole into space and then just watch your oxygen kind of leave or whatever. It's not, I believe it wasn't super duper fast, but we'll see. So my hesitation here is I have a dupe down there in that thing. I can't really safely get that dupe anytime soon, and I don't know what it is. Oh, good. You have slime lung. Yeah, we're getting slime lung from over here. It's mostly getting wiped out. But, you know. I'm gonna go to the Ark Colony, I'm gonna take the person. Because I've just made the comment that I need a construction person. So we're doing it. Because that'll fill up our 4 beds. Turner has earned a skill. I don't even remember what you're doing. Okay. Improved tinkering. Oh, that's the operating. Alright, so building. Cool. Quinn. Farming 2. Rongor is just up to his eyeballs in skill points that I don't have where I'm going to put. You can afford to have operating add to your list. Same with you. Put supplying on there. Keep you just the way you are. Okay. Oh, I need to give you a hat. Need your hat. There. Everyone at least should look their part. Like how many of them I would just not upgrade everything. Okay. So I put on their hats, they're all happy about it. Cool. So now I need to go schedule in the meantime, so we have May is on the second one, Quinn is on the first, Turner's the new one. That's fine. Yeah, because there's 1, 1, and 2. Alright. Do I not have sedimentary rock? Is that what I'm out of? Is that why... Not saying that. Alright, let's find Turner and figure out what Turner's doing. Oh, wait. Priorities. That's what we need to do. Okay. There, that should help. Make sure I had one on farming, right? Yeah, okay. That's the problem. I never fix their priorities. Now I should actually get stuff done around here. Oh, are you narcoleptic? Is that what's going on? Yeah, narcoleptic. Okay. I was like, why'd you go to sleep when your bed's right there? That's right. Rowan earned a skill point. Cool. Alright. So we've got the vent hooked up. We're getting the airlock there. Oh, I see. Now, before you build that, that's a much higher priority. Don't start venting stuff into space until, you know, you can deal with that problem. I'm gonna put that there because I'm a little worried they're not gonna actually be able to cross that. Okay, before you get too excited there, buddy. Let's go ahead and make this whole area over here also priority. Yeah, so none of the rest of that's mud. So it shouldn't collapse when I dig it. Could you be a pal and not make me nervous about this? I'd really like you to close this thing up before you start opening us up to space. Because I feel like just opening up a big expanse that leads to my entire base of space is a very quick problem just because of how much air we'd be able to move how quickly. Okay, now you can open us up to space and make us regret our life decisions. I mean, it should be okay, because there's crushed ice. Well, never mind. That's space exposure there. Alright. We've got this weird pocket here that's letting me continue to put more water in here when I shouldn't be able to. But I got like a little air bubble covering the valve, so it's just pouring water in and it's just slowly filling up, which is a real problem. What is your education? Well, I got a bachelor's degree. And the degree was a degree called Information Systems Technology. It was a hybrid computer science, like it's hybrid computer science, network signaling, and electrical engineering. It's kind of a catch-all if you wanted to do anything tech. Oh, you have exposed yourself to space. I thought the ice would have held, but it was crushed ice. Okay, so with that, lock the door. You working that? I worked in software development for about 15 years. And then, like, right now, I went on a sabbatical from that because I just, needed a break. And then, like, the channel started blowing up at the time, so I was like, you know what, I'll just do this for a while. So I'm not doing it right this moment, but I did do about 15 years as a software developer. Think about computer engineering? Not a bad program. It's similar. Computer engineering is usually a lot more on the, like, making circuit boards and all that. So my degree did cover part of stuff that you would put in computer engineering, but I'm not a computer engineer. Like, the electrical engineering stuff would overlap a lot with computer engineering. Could you replace the floor above the vent with one that lets gases and other fluids through? Should eliminate the bug. Oh yeah, I could do that for one. I'm not worried about the bug. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What languages did you use? So I've been quite a bit of a polyglot just because the companies I worked at end up acquiring other companies, and then it's a common thing that when a company gets acquired, usually the engineers all quit, or get laid off. But so I end up inheriting a lot of projects in a lot of different languages. But C# was my preferred language. But I did Java, PHP, C++, Ruby on Rails. What else did I work in? I mean, you got, dime a dozen web technologies and frameworks. Python. Let's see. Computer engineer would usually be the boss of your study? No. So, when you're looking at a computer engineer, you're usually looking at someone which we would refer to as closer to the metal. So you're someone who would be writing either code for hardware, or you'd be helping design the hardware. When you're talking software development, you're talking about people who make games, who make websites, who make Windows as an operating system. Now, a computer engineer would be able to do software development. It's just usually they're dealing with entirely different tech. You'll be doing a lot more like assembly and C++, that kind of thing. Whereas generally those would be languages you wouldn't do for normal software dev as much these days. I'm like, nowadays, anyone writing an assembly, you're either you're writing for like little hobby circuit boards, or you're being a hipster about software dev. Yeah, integrated system, robotics, stuff like that. Yes. Which can be fun because you do a lot of unique stuff. You don't do a lot of like spin up another website kind of nonsense. You'll usually have like, we need a robot that can do X, Y, Z. Now, you'll be doing kind of the coding the same way, but like the actual outcomes will be different. And to be fair, even in software dev, like just regular software dev, you can still have where you don't do a lot of the same kind of thing either. But you have to find those jobs, because otherwise you'll find like a dime a dozen jobs that be like, we want you to spin up, the next whatever e-commerce website. Yeah, engineer would be programming kernel time. Typically, yes. But that's kind of the thing, is a lot of software dev, you do cross over in a lot of things. Like I've not done kernel work. Well, actually, I would assume kernel would actually fall more into software dev, but drivers would fall more into computer engineer. So that is actually a bit of a misnomer. So is the best saying. I hear a lot of engineering has a lot of math and physics. So engineering. So we're talking like mechanical, optical, rocketry, aerospace engineering. They do use a lot of math, but here's a hint: you're gonna make the computer do most of it. But you'll hear a lot of stuff, and your college course will require you to have a lot of math for software engineering, but you don't do most of the math yourself. We've got computers to do that. I would see it as a personal failure on computer software development if we have known stuff that we can write simulations and all that for and didn't use them. Isabel says, yeah, but on the exam, I'm not allowed to use advanced calculator. Just a calculator would say approve. That's not how I experienced college, but yeah. There are teachers who are like that. I'm not going to say there aren't. But yeah, no, and yes, you do need to learn, and you do need to know it for getting your college degree and all that. But learning something just for the college degree and then moving on isn't nearly as rough as doing that as your day-to-day job. It's because it's engineering, which has requirements of math and physics. Yes. If you're actually going for a degree that you will be a computer engineer, as in have an actual title of engineer, then you will have to get the same base engineering that a mechanical engineer, an aerospace engineer, and a civil engineer will get. That's the reason why my program included electrical engineering, but I am not an engineer. Is because I didn't get all that general engineering stuff. I'm pumping all of that stuff in there. We live in a crappy third world country. Gotcha. Let's see, computer engineer also gets a lot into analog electrical signals and such, where the math matters a lot more. So you don't fret system. Right, but usually Burning Sun, a lot of times you're not going to sit there like you, the individual, you're not just going to get out drafting paper and start drawing. You're going to use software that does most of the work for you. Like, you still have to know what the components are and how it works. But my point is more, you're not going to sit there and like get out your calculator and punch in the numbers, because I honestly wouldn't trust the work of anyone who did that. You're going to be more like loading up whatever CAD software and start writing
Thank
out
you,
the
Not
circuit.
Havoc, for subscribing for 1 month.
Hey, thank you, Not Havoc, for the sub. I really do appreciate it. Why isn't it telling me? Oh, there we go. Prime Gaming sub. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. You could put it anywhere on the internet, and you chose to use it here, and that means a lot. So I really do appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. And I do hope you're enjoying the stream. So thank you again so much for that support. Yeah, it's all modeled, but you still need to know what you're... Yeah, right. You still need the fundamental knowledge. I agree, 100%. It's as well as things that gets a basic idea, like, of what's happening and how, like, you can have like series circuits versus parallel circuits and all that kind of nonsense. And how like, series, this is what happens more to your voltage versus that. You just don't need to sit there and do the math yourself typically because you're going to make the computer. Because I know a lot of people who don't like doing math, but if they can get like right past a college program, it's fine because they don't actually have to do the sit down, apply brain to make number bigger or smaller, so much as know the theory that this is how you mitigate this problem, that kind of thing. Because I don't know anyone who sits there and does all the like math on paper or whatever. Everybody says, are you familiar with clean code, solid, and design patterns? Should I improve in learning more design patterns, for example? It's good to know a number of different design patterns because, like, for example, anytime you have any type of software best practice, people will get to the point that they will follow best practices. Like, if you try and do anything that is not a best practice, they will immediately, like, shy away from it. And the actual reality is you should follow best practices unless you have a very specific reason to not follow a best practice, and you will find those. The use case I usually come up with for that is one of my later jobs in software development was teaching software development, and the teaching use case for software development is kind of where pretty much all best practices go to die. Because you'll end up into these really weird situations where you're going, okay, I want the learner, the student, I want them to do this code I'm writing. Like, I want them to be the one doing that work. And so I have to write code, or rather, I have to write tests that run even when the code that they're compiling may not. Which means I have to do a lot of what's called reflection and that kind of nonsense. And if you have code that uses reflection in production, you're going to have to really, really make a strong argument for me to not immediately tank it in a code review. But it is good to learn different patterns. It is good to know different things. Like, you also have people say, never use the singleton, and you go, that's not right. Be very mindful of when you do use the singleton, where you're using it and why. But it is also good. It's also good even to honestly know the things you shouldn't do. That way, when you're doing things and you see something, you recognize and go, hey, wait a second, I shouldn't do that. Like, knowing the name of the thing you shouldn't do is also good. Yeah, go to. Honestly, these days, manually managing memory, unless you're talking, like, really, 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 really performance-insensitive stuff like simulations, if you see someone doing manual memory management and you're not doing that kind of, like, really, really, you need to get every little bit out of your code, that immediately should be a red flag to slap on ours to be like, stop it. Yes, garbage collection is not as efficient as managing your own memory if you get it precise. You don't need to worry about getting it precise, because you won't. Your boss isn't going to give you the time or the means to do it. They're going to say, I expect this to be done on Tuesday, and you go, but to do this memory management the way I want, it's going to take me at least 3 months. And your boss is going to say, well, that's too bad. That's another thing you also have to get used to in software development, is just, you have to kind of accept the fact you're not going to be able to make things perfect. You're not going to be able to make things bug-free. No one's going to give you the time to do things on that level, unless you're talking like launching a rocket into space or something where you push the button and hundreds of millions of dollars either pays off or goes up in flames. If you're doing anything shy of that, you're not going to be given the time you need to make things perfect. It's just not going to happen. Why am I building those? I don't need that. Get this out of here. I started building, it's like, oh, those aren't full yet. Is being a software developer boring? You just sit and write code? To be honest, writing the code is actually, as far as time goes, not the big time sink. As unfortunate as it is, it's planning and meetings. So, just take with that what you will. You're going to be in a lot of meetings. And the reason you spend so much time in meetings in software development is you want to make sure you know exactly what your customer wants, and you want to make sure you're planning through how you're going to implement it. Yeah, like talking to your team and customer, yes. Because if you can have the ones like the people who like you say, I want you to do this, and they'll run out and they'll start working on it and they'll get it wrong. Or they'll do it and the customer will be like, why the hell does it work this way? Even though the customer asked for it. Because the customer didn't know what they want. And you can certainly do that, and you'll be writing code fast, but you'll be rewriting it and rewriting it and rewriting it and rewriting it. And you'll get frustrated, the customer will get frustrated, your boss will get frustrated. Maybe you'll make good money if you're billing by the hour. Meetings can be. They can also be terrible. It depends. There's definitely the whole spectrum. I remember with the teaching software development, we would have planning meetings around how we would theme our courses and all that, because part of education is making sure you can motivate the student, the learner, and making things fun is a hell of a motivation. And those planning meetings for coming up with like the themes and all that were some of the most fun I've had at a job. Because we would be spitballing so many ideas, the vast majority of them going, you know there's no way we can do that, right? Like, there is no way we could do that. But it would be fun. And you end up coming up with really fun ideas. But yeah, now if you're just checked out and the meeting is wasting time, but that's those things that as a professional you should push back on. If you're sitting there in a room and you're going, I am gaining no value on this, you are literally wasting both mine and your time. It is on you to be able to demonstrate, say, hey, you are literally costing the company right now by making us talk about this thing that, you know, we either already know the answer. Really? All 4 of those are full and we didn't even dent that. I mean, I figured that's probably a likely outcome. I just wish it wasn't. I can just put a whole mess of them this way too, though. You don't know if you'll be a dev? That's fine. You gotta figure it. That's actually one of the difficult things. Is like when you get out of high school or whatever, or you go to switch your careers, and going, what do you want to do? And a lot of times you haven't been exposed to enough stuff to really know. It's one of I think the big failings here, at least in the U.S., is the expectation is you finish high school and you immediately start working or going to college. That I wish we had some type of means that you go, okay, we're going to line you up with a bunch of just random different jobs that you work this job for a week or two, you work the next job for a week or two, and kind of get a feel for what you're good at, what you enjoy, and then you go to college or do like a Rumspringa or something like that, like the Amish do, where okay, you have some period of time that you leave home, you just kind of see the world, and then you come back. And obviously there's expenses and all that. That is why it doesn't happen. But I wish it'd be something like, because it's one of those things I've known a lot of people who they start college and they get all excited, they get their degree, they start their first day in the job and go, I mean, not their first day, but they work a job for a while and go, oh my god, I am so past miserable. This is not a job I can do. And then they find something else later on in life that they enjoy much more. But had they had that initial exposure, they'd be like, wait a second, I thought I was going to be a doctor. It's not me. And just how much of that happens. And does not say don't get a degree or all that. It's just, it's really difficult when you have to, because I mean, if you don't get a degree, you get training. Insert time sink here to prepare you for whatever it is you're going to do. And it's always tricky, because there's some jobs you can get practical experience. You don't decide to be a doctor, your parents do. I mostly agree with the sentiment, but not 100%, because I've also known people who, from the very beginning, they were super into it. I was actually like, hello, just checking in. I have opinions. I highly recommend a gap year. If you can afford to do so, I agree. The afford to do so is that real big pain point. Like That's what would be best versus economics. But yeah, I wish I had done that myself. Because, like, for example, when I started college, I started in computer graphics animation. And I was a good ways in my degree when I worked a job in it and went, oh no, this is a mistake. Like, this this goes from being fun for me to being absolutely something I cannot stand when you switch from, like, what I want to do, like what I think I want to do versus actually working, going, oh wait, that's a miss. Right. No, and I agree, Rumshackle. Like that's the idea, is like, have some structure around it. That you'd take your year off or whatever. You'd go check out a bunch of different countries, like kind of see the world kind of thing. You would go and you'd have a bunch of different jobs you'd be exposed to. All right, we're gonna spill more. We're gonna make our problem better by making it worse. But you like video games? That's fine. But the idea is, like, it's not that you couldn't play games or whatever at all. The idea is more... I'm a little nervous about doing this. Let's not go that hard. Let's go for 4 to start. As I say, we're gonna make our problem better by making it worse. By dumping all this water that's up here down it. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about like you specifically is the best. I'm saying, and this is from a perspective of someone here in the US. What actually what Rual is doing here is looking a lot like work. I mean, a lot of these types of games, like the planning and all that, there's like logistics is a job. Now granted, that's one of the things that makes why one of the reasons why games are so much more satisfying, because there's the meme about, okay, well, if you enjoy the game that you're like working the past, holy crap, when did it become 4:30? Oh, that's when you know when you're having fun with the game. When you're looking around and said, wait a second, where did time go? But but yeah, there's all those games out there that are like literally jobs. Like, you know, Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, European Truck Simulator, those kind of jobs. You literally are working a job. The difference is there's no bureaucracy you have to deal with. There's no did you get your paycheck or not kind of thing. There's no arguing with the boss about stuff. It's literally you open the game and they say, take this thing from here and drive it over there. And you do the job and you get paid. There is no exception. Like it guarantees you paid. It guarantees you a fair rate. You don't have to worry about bills or anything like that. I mean, outside like the game mechanics, like it's satisfying. Versus you can go to a job, you can do your thing, and then the boss doesn't pay you, and then it becomes a whole thing. Where you can do a job, and then there's like all of this politics in the company you have to deal about, like this manager doesn't like that manager doesn't like this person, and trying to navigate that without, a bunch of drama. You don't have to deal with all this like bureaucracy around it. If you make a mistake, they don't fire you. You go, oh, you get penalized in the game for $100, whatever, like in-game currency. And so it's very satisfying because everything is fair, it's very straightforward. Like, it obeys certain rules and it never makes exceptions. Yeah, you can't refund your career. Yeah, and you can't refund a career if you have less than 2 hours worked. But yeah, so that's like why so many of those games that are the job. Um, I understand you're saying you're from a place where things are tough. It's the best. I get that, but kind of don't just immediately like make everything. It's like everything's awful, everything's awful, everything's awful. I'll crime. Like I get it. Like don't get me wrong. I feel that experience where it's like if I don't get paid, it's like oh I'm gonna be pissed. But yeah, like I get life's tough. Anyways, I need to stop doing stuff because this is exactly how you end up saying, "Oh God, it's 4 a.m." and then you go, "Oh God, it's 5 a.m." and then you go, "Oh God, it's 7 a.m." Is you go, "Okay, I'm gonna wrap this thing up," and then you start working on it, and then the next problem happens, and you start working on it, and the next problem happens, and then I get that it's not a joke. I understand that part. We just, you know, maybe tone it down. Anyways, with all that said, thank you so much for everyone's been tuning in, lurking, following, subscribing to the bits, hosts, donuts, and the raids. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it. One second.